Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei kaunihira, te kaunihira o Rotorua. It's a pleasure to welcome everybody here for our long-term plan hearings for 2024 to 2034. Look, I want to acknowledge that we have had a significant amount of submitters, so we do have a number of hearing days and 2 evening of hearings ahead of us. So it's going to be long, but it's going to be very valuable for us to be able to hear our community. So I want to start with a thanks and our gratefulness for all the people that have taken the time to write into us and also to turn up in person to present to us. We appreciate that very much. Before we do start our meeting though, I'd like to invite Councillor Maxwell to start us with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kia ora koutou katoa. Nau mai haere mai ki tēnei te whare o te kaunihira o Rotorua. Welcome everybody to our chamber. May the grace of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and evermore. Amen. Kia ora koutou.
Amen. Kia ora. Thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell. And great to see that Councillor Wang and Councillor Waru have managed to. I know that weather has disrupted many people this morning, but we hope that our submitters are all able to come. Just before I invite our first submitter, just want to remind everyone that this meeting and this hearing is being live streamed. You will see we have a laptop in the middle that is live streaming our presenters, and the usual cameras for our live stream are on. So also please to have your mobile phones on silent so we don't have any disruptions, and we will take our first break for the day at 11 a.m. So it is my pleasure to invite our first submitter this morning, Jared Adams.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Tapsell, elected members and members of council and the community. My name is Jared Adams and I've lived in Rotorua since 1990, and Rotorua has been my home to myself and my family for over 30 years and hopefully many more years to come. I was given notice at 1:40 Friday I would be speaking today. I would like to start my discussion with the Rotorua New Zealand funding and should it increase. I think Rotorua should be part of the tourism crown that New Zealand advertises to the world, and I love Rotorua and all of its tourism features. An amazing job for our town. I do follow the Rotorua New Zealand page, and him as well as plenty of other tourism leaders go above and beyond, but it is impossible for them in the industry to succeed to advertise Rotorua when we have pressing issues that seem to be ignored by council. Also, bring back Oscar Nathan. Next. Council staff required to incorporate public feedback during consultation. I personally think it is morally and ethically wrong as well as legally questionable that the council staff are not required to apply any weighting on public feedback. If the council staff don't apply any weighting, all the public consultations become pointless. They are tick box exercise that is a waste of everybody's time and money. This should be corrected. On emergency housing, I think the council needs to show leadership and a backbone and outright refuse any extensions in our town. It is implausible to state no one at council was aware of the intent of the extension prior to the announcement. All right, next thing I have is the lakes sewerage schemes and the Mamaku Community Hall. I'm just hoping there is some resolution to both of those communities because they shouldn't be having to go through the things that they are that we've, I'd say most of town have seen in the paper. So I'm hoping something changes there. All right, Infracore. Infracore has never made a return to ratepayers, which was promised from inception. Since it was created in 2015, not once in 9 years has it performed as promised or required or advertised, and should be dissolved and brought back in-house to prevent any further unnecessary costs to ratepayers. The Rotorua Airport. Ratepayers are subsidising this $58 million asset, this is according to the last annual report, by over $2 million a year. This needs to be fixed. If the council and the airport partnered with someone like Infotel, a company that has some experience in running airports, even with a 25% ownership stake, and get a return for ratepayers, or they potentially should be looking at selling it. Pukawaru Street Skate Park. I vote that we stop the catering for council so the kids can still have a skate park. All of the council leading up to election, all I heard in the public anyway was stop the spend. I just had no idea it would be for a skate park for the kids of town. I do think it's something that should go ahead with, so I hope something happens with that. I do think the amounts of money spent on mountain biking and other events for mountain biking should be spread equally amongst all the differing sports and recreational activities in Rotorua. And the one thing I do want to finish this on, which I wasn't going to add in, is the Blue Lake rubbish bins and the council's new Leave No Trace. I seriously find it concerning that no rubbish bins will cause more rubbish to be left lying around. I understand wanting people to take responsibility, but sadly that is not what happens. So I have the Blue Lake top 10 owners have spoken to me, and they are currently doing it at a cost to them, and I don't think it's fair on a private business to be doing something that the council have decided to stop. Yeah, so that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was perfectly on time. Thank you very much for taking the time to submit, Jared.
Thank you.
I'd now like to call our next submitter up, if she's ready, Elizabeth Stewart.
Hello. I just opened my phone. Okay. Right, kia ora. Ko Liz Stewart tukuringa. As you know, I am Charles and Denise Stewart's daughter, and let's face it, if my dad hadn't passed away in 20th of February 2020, the skate park near the Kahukura club rooms would have been completed by now. I was a voluntary member of the Rotorua District Council for 34 years. I grew up in this building. I saw many of you elected, and my whānau has supported this through awhi, phone calls, documenting success, and I was the photographer when Tanya got elected as the mayor, which was awesome. The site near the Kahukura club rooms has a billboard there. What's happening? It goes on about explaining the skate park. As you know, it has been preloaded, which has cost over 95k, and now it's been excluded from the long-term plan. If it just sits there as a mound of dirt, it shows that you guys wasted that money. I plead with you to put it back on the long-term plan, and you can construct this in stages. We need this for our youth. Don't you want them off their tablets and getting fit and learning to socialise? 1 in 3 of our kids is obese. When the call came out to the community, the skate park had so much excitement behind it, with sponsorships interested in its go-ahead, alongside international events such as Crankworks that'll bring our tourists back to Rotorua. Now, I work with 400 male youth, and I have 3 sons. Not all of them are academic. Not all of them play Sunday or Wednesday sports. They need somewhere to use their energy in a positive and productive way. And I'm a solo mum. I can't afford to take my kids to motion every weekend or the aquatic centre. We need a safe place that is free for our kids, away from water like the lakefront. Don't get me started on the lakefront. I've seen so many kids bike into that water because there's no barrier there, and it stinks in summer. and because of the lakeweed, and the water table has gone up, as you know, but that's another story. Our youth currently need to drive more than an hour away to enjoy a good quality skate park, one of which is now getting an extension to make it even better. Our population of youth in Rotorua makes up 26%. This is the 2023 stats. This is the age range from 15 to 21, and 17% of that is our Māori youth. So I ask you, where do 26% of our youth go to enjoy the community and be safe and have enjoyment? But by not providing this skate park, this has an effect on our Māori youth, our LGBTQ youth, and our rainbow youth as well, the community as well. The roller derby teams need places to learn their craft. It caters to all people, no matter what age, race, or orientation, and encourages anyone to come along and watch every time. This is positive for Rotorua moving forward. My sons, Charlie, Finley and Henry, want to be somewhere safe to use their scooters and bikes. The lakefront does not cater for this. As I've already said, we need to drive an hour to access this service in Whakatane or Tauranga. And Sheriff Park, don't get me started on that beast. It's dangerous, hence being nicknamed the cheese grater. I challenge you to think of all of our mokopuna, all of our tamariki. They want the skate park too. Have a heart, Rotorua Lakes Council, and think of our youth. Make Dad's work for 34 years not in vain. Sorry. This was his dream for the community. Make it happen. I know he's died, but I'm still very much alive, and I'm going to be his kaitiaki for this. And I'll continue to push for the skate park. Now we're going to hear from him. It's on a boombox, so hopefully it works.
A lot of people in the community have asked me why I've supported and championed the need for a skate park in Rotorua. It's simply because you've got to listen to your community, and a community is made up of a lot of people, including our young people. They don't all play organised sport or swim at the aquatic centre. They want to know. When you have a look around here, the stuff is tired, it's broken, and it needs replacing. So young people came before us about 4 years ago and said, we need a top mark skate park. And so I just sowed the seed, set the catalyst, got the team going, got Rob Petithley. He's got the advisory group together which is championed by young people, and they've come up with some design concepts, and I really hope my colleagues support the concept when we listen at the long-term plan submissions coming up shortly.
Cool. Nā mihi nui, ngā whai, kia whai, ngā ko have a heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and we also acknowledge, of course, your late father as well. Thank you. We are now going to bring forward our submitter, Bruce Harrison.
Thank you. Thank you for seeing me. I live at, I have a place at Lake Rotorua, a very modest little badge out there. I just wanted to talk about the sewage system, the reticulation system that's going in. Have you seen my submission at all? I didn't want to go through the whole thing, but I just wanted to say two things really, that a lot of us can't afford to buy into this. We accept that we're going to have to become a part of the reticulation system. We have to because the law says we have to. 10 years ago we had a big meeting And collectively, we said in our community at Rotorua that we didn't want to be a part of it. And everybody went away, and we thought, great, we won. We had another meeting a few weeks ago, and we were basically told that the issue of septic tanks is now finished. By law, it's gone. Can't even talk about septic tanks now. Your choice is reticulation or no reticulation. So I come here today to basically say, ma'am, that I can't afford it. It started off 10 years ago at 10,000. Now it's 35. Where am I going to get that from? I'm a pensioner. I'm sorry, I can't even talk. Can't afford it.
Thank you very much, Bruce. We appreciate you coming and speaking in person, and we do have your written copy of your submission as well. Thank you. I now call for Elizabeth Bathgate.
Kia ora koutou, ko Elizabeth Bathgate, taku ingoa. I'm a Rotorua resident, a rates payer, a mum, and also Rotorua's 1988 Amateur League Figure Skating first medal winner. I am writing to express my support for the establishment of a new modern skate park in Rotorua as originally planned, and I urge the Council to allocate the funds raised for this specific purpose rather than diverting them to other projects. I grew up in Rotorua and benefited hugely from the Rotorua Roller Skating Club and facilities, Skate World and Blade World. I'm sure you remember them, good times. In the 80s and the early 90s, there seemed to be places where kids could go to roller skate and skateboard that had great facilities. Since then, there's been a deterioration, a lack of investment and a lack of thought for providing facilities in Rotorua where people can enjoy these sports. The current state of our skate park facilities in Rotorua is substandard and poses significant risks to our young users. At the park by Spotlight, the cheese grater, the concrete is really rough. If a kid falls over on that, they're going to scrape the skin right off their leg. Screws are protruding from the half pipe. And if you can imagine going down a slide where there's a nail sticking out and getting that in your leg, that's really going to hurt. Okay, so these points I've raised, they not only endanger the safety of our children, but they also deter them from engaging in a sport that builds both physical and social skills. Additionally, the surrounding area of that skate park across from Spotlight has become less safe and inviting due to, more partly, the hedge along the road obscures visibility and contributes to unwanted facilities. So I'm talking about drug taking by the homeless community in that park. And as a mum taking my son there, it is not pleasant to be there and to feel unsafe and like I need to leave and take my child with me. The park is uninviting, unwelcoming and unsafe for families. The parking facilities are inadequate and the toilets are dirty and smell like marijuana. The implications of these conditions extend beyond just the skateboarding community. Many families, including my own, find ourselves compelled to travel to Papamoa to access better and extremely popular skate park facilities. This not only involves additional time and expense, but it also means that potential local spending, which could boost our own community's economy, is being diverted into Papamoa. I also urge you to consider CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. Providing the youth with activities that are affordable diverts their energies into positive activities. You know, we've got enough kids doing ram raids. Maybe if they had a skateboard, They could have been doing something a bit, more constructive with their time. A well-designed and maintained skate park will not only provide a safe and engaging environment for our youth, encourage physical fitness, reduce childhood obesity, as mentioned by Liz, but also attract visitors to Rotorua, enhancing tourism and local business revenues. Such a facility could serve as a community hub, encouraging healthy and active lifestyles and fostering a sense of pride and ownership within the community. I strongly encourage the Council, when considering the next 10 years, which is a really long time if you're a 7-year-old wanting a skateboard park, to reconsider the allocation of the already raised funds towards the development of the new skate park as originally intended. Investing in our youth and community facilities is an investment in the future vibrancy and health of Rotorua. Thank you for considering this submission. I look forward to seeing our community's needs being met with thoughtful and impactful projects such as...
Submitter, Annette Bates.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annette Bates, and I have been a ratepayer and resident in Rotorua for over 40 years now. And I was so disgusted when I heard what the young people in our town call the skate park, the cheese grater. The reason they call it that is when they fall over, it grates their skin just the way a cheese grater. If you've ever grated carrots and caught your finger, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is the nickname they have called it for some generations, believe it or not. If you don't, or if you're not familiar with the cheese grater, or otherwise known as Sheaf Park, I'm happy to escort you and take you for a walk over that skate park. Sadly, the original materials used have deteriorated through wear and tear, of course, likely having cost a great deal in maintenance over the years, over probably 30 years or so, I think, since it was built. It's not a skate park for the faint-hearted. I am a trustee of the new Rotorua Action Sports Charitable Trust. This trust has been formed in the last 10 months for the initial purpose of working together with you, the council, to build a new modern skate park on that allotted area in Cuero Park. This new skate park will be created from modern, well-engineered concrete designed for low maintenance. The future costs for this new skate park will be minimal to the ratepayer, as the Rotorua Action Sports Charitable Trust have already gained interest in sponsorship from other organisations, all on the proviso that Council supports and retains the funds for this project. Rotorua Action Sports Charitable Trust has already got the support of nearly 400 people as a result of a recent survey that we ran just through our own networks. We all hope that we can work together with you, Council, to build something really great for the skate community. It will attract international events if we do it right, such as we see with Crankworks, which can only be surely a positive for the Rotorua economy. And by creating a new and progressive skate park, all the users will benefit. Now, we're already seeing new, modern, well-designed concrete skate parks going into other areas like Whakatane, Papamoa, and even Te Awamutu. Come on, we need to keep up, if not ahead. Keep these people in the loop. Also, I think we need to invest in our young people, just as our forefathers did for us. We need to encourage the young to get outside and pursue physical activity, get off the computers, gain a sense of belonging in their community and enjoy confidence in learning something new and progressing in that chosen sport. Now, if anyone is still listening, I want you to put your hand up if you own a set of wheels. Come on, I bet you all drove here in a car, right? You all got a set of wheels. Greg, you must have a set of wheels, surely. Now, keep your hand up if you had a set of wheels when you were a kid. Oh, come on, Trevor, surely. Skates, skateboard.
Wheels weren't invented back then.
Oh, come on. You did. As a kid, you had, we all surely had skates or scooters or bikes or skateboards. I'll let them go. As a young person, you needed a place to practice, didn't you? You needed somewhere to try out your wheels safely. It was a rite of passage. For those of you my age and older, and maybe those younger as well, they'll remember the skate rinks and skate parks, the indoor skate facilities provided by the ratepayers of that era. They invested in their young community, just as we should. It's a rite of passage, isn't it? To practice managing your wheels in a safe environment, experimenting with new techniques. This gives us a safe place to understand how wheels work, such as how to give way, how to merge into the mainstream, and especially how to stop, right? Sound familiar? Well, this is where we first learn the rules of the road. You know those roads? I'm not going to moan about the roads. The community wants to work together. We've spoken up, we're doing a trust. We want to work together with you, the council, to invest in the young people so they will want to contribute to the future of Rotorua. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Annette. I'd now like to invite and bring forward Norman Donald.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name, as you just heard, is Norman Donald, and I'm a licensed real estate agent contracted to Ray White here in Rotorua, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking to my submission. Alongside the selling of lake properties, I manage 20 plus or minus holiday homes for mostly out-of-town owners. The majority of these owners have already lodged submissions regarding this remit of councils. Expedia, whose submission I've just had passed around, are a huge US-based organisation and are the owners of the Kiwi design Booker Batch site, that Booker Batch actually designed their own site, and you have their submission, along with one of the partners in a large Auckland law firm, also being passed around for you to see, just in case you haven't had the opportunity to read these submissions. I guess you've had hundreds of them. I don't plan to go into the detail of submissions because I would hope that this council have taken on board the general feeling of the overwhelming majority of people that have been targeted by council. Other meetings outside of council have been arranged. One, for example, was at the Pig and Whistle last Wednesday, with interested parties wanting to hear an Airbnb public policy associate. It was a sellout, and unfortunately he didn't make it due to the bad weather, but they still had the meeting. I have lived in this district for the larger part of my 70 plus years and have been privy to the overall development of the city. Indeed, when I was young back in the early 60s, I remember well the local Aero Club with its hangars, Aero Club buildings, planes and the airfield running from where the DB Hotel is now right through to the Tenai Road. In the subsequent years, tourism has been the key to the growth of this city, and without this, I can't begin to imagine what the place would be like now. Should council proceed with how they have outlined their plans to tax holiday home owners on unearned income, we will be headed back to those good old days before the tourists had discovered Rotorua and what it has to offer. I can tell you without any doubt, the homes I manage will, without exception, withdraw them from the short-term rental experience they offer to top-end tourists. What is more to the point, owners of Lakeside and these upmarket properties will not put them into permanent rentals. The people that come to our area, they want the home away from home stay where they can bring their boats and do the things that such stays allow, including dining out, health spas, the secret spot, golf, biking, boating, fishing, and so on. And that is why they are here spending significant dollars in our local economy. I know for a fact that others doing what I do with short-term management businesses will no longer be able to continue after their owners withdraw their properties. That is probably better described by the lawyer's submission that's in front of you. Can you imagine what damage to the local businesses this will cause? We are in a fragile state with what is happening in the world today, and the offshore visitors that we have staying amount to about 50% of the total visitors' stays, and these, along with the 50% of Kiwi travellers, will not come to Rotorua if they're offered only motel or hotel type accommodation. What a load of baloney that has been part of Council's mail out that these travellers impact on the Council services like footpaths, etc. Do the permanent landlords and their tenancies get struck with commercial rating like you're suggesting here? I don't think so, and goodness knows what these tenancies cost Council. What about the name Rotorua has earned itself over the last few years accommodating the homeless in motels, who, by the way, have been paid millions more than they would ever have earned from normal tourism? We, as holiday home representatives, do recognise that some form of local body tax or tariff could or should be imposed to supplement the Council's lagging finances, and I am aware that Queenstown has already implemented a scheme, and although Auckland's attempt was put through the courts process, it has subsequently been suspended. Other councils, including Taranaki and Christchurch, have also instigated a local tariff on holiday rentals, and these were heavily modified prior to being adopted, which is what hopefully this council will do. In closing, I strongly urge this council to take a step back and reconsider how they go about this and come up with a much more workable and palatable solution that will not lose these very important additional and essential rental properties to the local tourism sector. The best results for the whole country would be that all councils get together and come up with a result that is the same for all councils as per the Expedia submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norman.
Okay.
The next presenter that we will bring forward is Chris Sutherland.
Mayor Tapsell and councillors, kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to bring to life a submission I made. The submission relates to the proposed resident Rotorua funding contribution to the sewage scheme. The basis of this that the cost and apportionment is inequitable and needs further consultation. Some opening comments. Rotorua, for me and my wife, has been a place we've enjoyed for over 20 years. We were actually married the Blue Bars when it was still functioning. We love the mountain biking here. Our firstborn was at Rotorua. Whilst we don't live there, at times we have lived there. We share in part that we feel the community also shares that the local environment and protecting the lake quality is important. We are in support of the sewage scheme being put into the area. As you understand, it's a very small community in Rotorua. A lot of the residents are retired and over 65, fixed incomes. The census in 2018 showed the median income is only $28,000. Roll forward in terms of the sewage, the implementation, the council employs infrastructure experts in-house, very well paid executives that are experts in their chosen fields. Infrastructure. They have free use of specialist expertise. Consultants. I have friends that do very, very well out of local and central government consulting. They had free rein to plan, cost and deliver a sewage scheme. As ratepayers, we rely upon the executives to evaluate cost and execute delivery of a credible and efficient sewage system. We equally rely on council members to exert oversight and governance. Council executive explained that the Rotorua system was in play with 75% of the estimated cost had been sunk. That meant we had a reticulation system, we had a water treatment system functioning. That's in 2021. We were committed and gone. Roll forward this silence for 2 years, and I appreciate many of the council members and mayor were not part of the earlier stages of this, but roll forward 2 years, and in December 23, the website notifies that the cost is up to 56 million. In March 24, via the long-term plan, we find out that in fact it is 56 million, plus GST would be 64 million. That's a $45,000 cost to those constituents that are in Rotorua. I put it to you that the executive of the council have failed to adequately cost the final scope and design of infrastructure prior to committing. They failed to update the ratepayers of variations to costs in any timely manner. The communications were clumsy and amateur. I'll put this to you because at times they included GST, at times they didn't. The only explanation we've had was from a recent meeting on the 15th of April of this year, where the executive claimed that COVID was the issue. This is the great one at the moment. Let's blame COVID. I remind you of the date pages on here. Rotorua and the sewage treatment system were in pre-COVID. Whoops. High lake levels. Sorry again, they didn't exist till after. So is that the time we...
If you'd just like to quickly sum up. Sum
up? Okay, I'll put it to you. There's been incompetency from the executive in delivery of this. And equally, the council has failed in its discharge of adequate governance. Whilst your long-term plan does attempt to address this, it's not enough. Take the recent private sector, Fletcher Building, have rolled their CEO, CFO, Chairman Bourne, have all gone. Kaipara District had a similar issue around ratepayers' money not being spent well. I put it to you that whilst we support it, we need the council and this to be jointly with the regional council to deliver another $4.5 million. And even that would make it 22,000, but we're not paying any more than the percentage of what we committed to at the start. Failing that, I think you're opening up the box to a really good independent inquiry. So I suggest that some more work be done. Your vision for a better future for all needs to be amended. You've got 700 people that are feeling very, very fearful of the implication. Sorry if I've taken a little bit more, the clock sort of went, but thank you for your time and appreciate you making time.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'd now like to invite and bring forward Leila Robinson. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm actually speaking tomorrow night on behalf of the Sulphur City Steamrollers and also standing in support of the Rotorua Action Sports Charitable Trust, of which I'm a trustee. But today I'm giving you my story and the reason why I am asking you to continue to financially support the upgrade of the Rotorua Skate Park. I've skated on and off for most of my life. 30 years ago, I started at Skate World, which was on Eruera Street. Very young, would go in there and skate against, race against boys and stuff like that. It was very intimidating, but it gave me some really good social skills. Unfortunately, Skate World closed down. It was privately owned, I think, at that point. And then about 5 years later, rollerblades came into fashion. So I skated outdoors. We had an old skate rink at the Government Gardens that was currently being demolished, but we made the most of that. And then Blade World was opened on View Road, another privately run business. It really primarily targeted rollerblades. But it was amazing. It had a skate rink inside. We could play roller hockey, practice speed skating. It had vertical ramps and mini ramps, ages 3 up would skate at Blade World, and it was a really solid community and one that it was just the most important thing to me as a teenager, was to have that skate community. Once Blade World closed though, we had nowhere to go. I feel that the mistake made there was that it really targeted rollerblades and kind of excluded skateboards, BMX riders and all that sort of thing that an indoor skate park could support. So when that closed, we kind of had nowhere to go, and so I went off the rails. So almost a decade of alcohol, drugs and mental health issues ensued, and it's not all because my skate community dispersed, but I feel like it didn't help. It would have helped if I'd have had my buddies, my activity, and my positive outlook. So as a teenager, there was nothing else in our city that really appealed to me, and I kind of see that today as well. Cut to 17 years later, I put on skates for the first time in over a decade, and I haven't taken them off since. I started the Sulphur City Steamrollers Roller Derby League in 2011 and have taught hundreds of people how to roller skate on a flat track. But once they finish their course, if they don't continue with roller derby, there's nowhere in Rotorua that they can go to practice these skills and have fun with their newfound skate buddies. So I support the Rotorua Skate Park upgrade because I feel there is a major shortfall in venue availability in our city for small wheeled sports, lots of sports. This is why I joined the Rotorua Action Sports Charitable Trust, and we are committed towards the design of the skate park, and we really do want to work with you to make it happen. The reason I'm really interested in the skate park is because we intend to include a flat concrete surface that is suitable for our club members, members of the Rotorua Artistic Skating Club and other skating codes. I'm a member of the Team New Zealand Roller Derby training squad, and along with 4 of my teammates am preparing for the Roller Derby World Cup in Austria next year. I also skate for an Auckland team, Pirate Union, and am heading to Adelaide in 3 weeks to compete against the best in Oceania. As an individual netball, rugby, basketball or soccer player, there are ample options for free locations to train in our city. As a roller derby or artistic skater representing our country, there are none, bar a corner of the Kmart car park. Finding skating again, literally, it did save my life, and it has even since. And while I understand, I acknowledge completely there's so much to do in our city, I do implore you to be proactive in this instance. Think about where we want our young people of today to be in 10 years' time and what we can do to enhance their confidence, resilience, fitness, pro-social behaviour and just general well-being. see the benefit of providing an inclusive space to increase participation from all user groups, including women and girls who do skate, the disabled community and LGBTQIA+ communities. Please acknowledge that the state of our current skate park is abysmal. It is unsafe and it's really unappealing to visitors to our city driving through. And trust that those of us who are part of the skate community will have your back and help to bring a destination skate park to fruition and support it into the future. Please support the Rotorua local skate park community because we are ratepayers too. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Leila. I'd now like to invite Brian and Mariana McSwiggan. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. We've come all the way from Auckland for this, so we'd like to submit on the proposal to levy commercial rates on short-term accommodation properties. We bought our happy place on the lake 26 years ago out at Hannah's Bay, and we absolutely love it as much today as we did when we first bought it. We love arriving and hate leaving, and it was bought primarily as a family holiday home, and it was a godsend for us when our son was ill for 10 years to be able to escape the pressures of work and life in Auckland. We've only been on the batch care platform since 2017, after a heavy round of expensive maintenance in 2016, so we saw that as a way of clawing back some of the money that we'd spent. It started out pretty well, but it fizzled during COVID and it hasn't ever really recovered that well. Batch care delivered only 42 guest nights in 23-24 tax year, which equates to an 11% occupancy. So it's a bit ironic that you're deeming us commercial when 9 nights out of 10 are empty. I'd love any of you to invest in that sort of commercial activity, and I don't think any of us would. The reason we can do it, of course, is because we're not commercial. It's a family holiday home, and we've just taken the moves we need to make a little bit of extra money to pay for some of the expenses, that's all. It's also, I think, totally wrong to maintain that, as you do in the proposal, that we place some sort of extra load on council services. Given that most of the time there's nobody there, that just doesn't make any sense at all. We actually place a lot less load on council services than a normally occupied home. Our main clientele, unlike Airbnb, which our neighbours were operating, our main clientele is Auckland families who often book late and they're looking for weekend getaways. And these days they tend to like the independence of our humble but comfortable 3-bedroom cottage, which is only 7 minutes from town. And the one thing they really do say they like is the ability to lock up securely their bikes and kayaks, which of course they can't do in other types of accommodation. Given the level of occupancy though, if this is to proceed, we can't contemplate continuing having our property on the market, so we've decided to opt out and withdraw our property from the market from the 1st of July. We've preemptively done that already and withdrawn it from batch care. We've actually sent 4 emails to council advising this and asked for confirmation that we've opted out and that the new rate won't be applied to us, but I haven't had a sensible response yet, so hopefully we'll be able to deal with that today. It feels almost like there isn't an opt-out. Once you've locked your radar on us, we're gone and that's it. We know it's the moteliers behind this, and I feel that's a vested interest in your ears trying to shore up their old accommodation model in a world that's changing. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. In the early 20th century, travellers stayed in hotels. In the late 20th century, with growing car ownership, motels were the fashion. Today, what we hear is that families particularly increasingly want a more homely kind of offering. You've got a market of nearly 2 million, just 250 kilometres to the north for tourism to this region. And it's delivered now almost to your doorstep by the magnificent Waikato Expressway. But you don't have them to yourselves. You compete with the Bay of Islands, the Hauraki Gulf Islands, Coromandel, the Bay of Plenty Coast, the rest of New Zealand, and of course cheap deals overseas. And you must know that Aucklanders are well aware of the misery mile, and they don't want to stay there at the moment. I've spent 52 years in public service, and I've dealt with many interest groups fighting to maintain the status quo when the world is changing around them. And I used to use the terminology, it's like standing on the beach trying to stop the tide coming in. It's ultimately futile. So I guess you have a dilemma. Do you acquiesce to the demands of a dying accommodation model? Perhaps not everyone realises it yet, but it's a model, it's yesterday's accommodation model. And in so doing, limit the region's potential? Or do you capitalise on new opportunities and facilitate the new models? The decision's yours, but it would be just a shame for us. I mean, people, Aucklanders who come and stay in our property say they love it as much as we do. And that makes our hearts glow when they say these good things on the feedback. It's just a shame for it to sit there empty when families could be enjoying it and enjoying the things that the region has to offer. The one thing about this region that gives you a major advantage over those other regions is that you've got all year round activities. And that's why we bought here in the first place. These other places probably beat you out in the summer. But for this time of year, for the school holidays, you know yourselves, town is full of Aucklanders and you wouldn't be without them. So I think you need us at the moment, particularly the way your accommodation sits at the moment. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Brian, and we appreciate you both coming all the way from Auckland to present in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Dave Carson.
Good morning. I'm here to talk on the East Rotorua sewage reticulation scheme. I've also travelled from Auckland today. I've purchased a property in the Gisborne Point area, East Rotorua, about 27 years ago. When I purchased it, it needed an upgrade on the septic tank system then, so I paid to have an on-site system put in there, and that worked really well. But because of all the issues with the lake quality, the wall was put in, the stock was fenced off over the other side, and the suggestion of a reticulated sewage scheme for us, it all sounded like a good idea, and I was more than happy to go along with it, even though my system was working okay. So at that time, we were told it would be a low pressure grinder pump system, and we'd be pumping back into the treatment plant in Rotorua, and the cost would be around $3,500 to $4,500 per property. And I was happy to go along with that on that basis, and in fact I've got the document here that I signed in July 2011 agreeing to all that. Then the next, and as you probably know, the West Rotorua people, they went ahead with that system and it all worked well. But the problem we had was we couldn't pump up to Katere Hill. So then there was the proposal to put in a plant, a sewage plant to process up in the Gisborne Point area. And obviously we knew then costs were going to go up. So at that time we were told it could be about $12,000 per household. And of course, well, what do? You've got to suck it up. Although I thought at that time we shouldn't be putting money into what was basically a capital works piece of equipment. Sure, we'd pay for our own property connections and whatever we had to do for that. But anyway, that was my thinking at the time. Then we had a meeting at the Rotorua Football Club, and the issue of cultural sensitivity was raised. And all of a sudden there was murmurings that there were people that didn't want raw sewage pumped up to any kind of plant. They wanted some sort of treatment done on site. And so then they started talking about biolytics and step systems, whereas in my opinion, the grinder pump system, which is what it's signed up for, to still work perfectly. But anyway, as we all know, it transpired. We were lumped with a biolytic system, still being told that it wouldn't max out beyond $14,000 by this time. So of course the installations went ahead, The crazy thing here is, in my opinion, is you have a plant on a section that's treating the sewage, then you're pumping it up to another plant to treat it again. Like, where in New Zealand does that happen? But anyway, that's what's happened. And goodness me, the other month we're suddenly told not 14,000, 45,000. And if we want to spread it over 25 years, 88,000. Like, that might as well be $1 million. That is just crazy stuff. I don't know how much you know about that area, but a lot of it's leasehold. A lot of it is Maori families who don't have a lot of money. How they're going to cope is beyond me. There's no way people down there can afford to pay that sort of money. I'm imagining leasehold property, people will walk away. The lady at the Emery store, who's run that for a while, Lorraine, there's just no way. She said, I can't cope with this. If that happens to me, the store closes, I'm off. People like myself have got freehold properties. What do? We've got to sell stuff. I'm retired now. I don't have a steady income. I mean, to me, I don't know how I don't know how something can blow out from $14,000 to 45 and maybe 88 is just ludicrous. Anyway, my submission is that you and Environment Bay of Plenty and the government have got to find a solution. It shouldn't fall back on those few individual property owners, which is only a small percentage of the total Rotorua area. We all want a clean lake. We're attracting tourists from all over the world, but it should not be falling on our heads to sort that out. So, to me, you people have got to sort it. I believe you can probably claim some money under this new Three Waters arrangement, borrow more. It's got to be spread. This cost here has got to be spread across the whole city, not just that handful of people. I mean, people like me will probably get by, but what about the Maori people at Ruatau and Rotorua, now Rotorua? They're on the bones of their arse at the best of times. How on earth are they going to find $45,000 or $88,000 to pay for a system? So anyway, there's your challenge. All right.
Thank you very much, Dave. We appreciate it. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Andy Coop. And sorry, this is hearing number 32 for elected members to find the submission. Thank you for coming forward so early.
No, good morning, and thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for giving us the opportunity to speak. As you've heard, my name is Andy Coop. I have a property at Kaumahu, Gisborne Point. I'm one of the 700 odd residents affected by the proposed charge in relation to the East-Rotorua and Rotorua sewage scheme. Look, I sympathise with you. You're going to hear an awful lot about this over the next little while. I'm going to keep my submission reasonably short and to the point. The thrust of my submission is essentially that the principle that the cost should fall where the benefits lie. With that in mind, I did the research and looked at the funding principles of the Rotorua Lakes Council. The draft public discussion document this year lacks the detail of the 2021 LTP, so I looked at that earlier document, so I assume the same funding policy principles apply. Under sewage on page 54 of that document, under the question, why do we do it? The answer is to protect and promote the public health and maximise the impact on the communities, on the environment. It's quite clear that the RLC is doing this for the wider community, not the 700 odd residents. We all had wastewater systems that were, I was never told mine were leaching. As far as I'm concerned, mine worked quite well. No one came and tested it. So we've had this imposed on us. We're not developers asking for a connection, which we can then pass on the cost of purchases of the subdivisions. The commentary on page 56 of the same documents related to major products states the scheme also aligns with the ambition of the Rotorua Tiara Lakes program to protect and restore the water quality of 12 of the 12 lakes so they can be used by the public today and in the future. The reference to the public is particularly telling. I understand that the Lake Rotorua is the most fished of the Rotorua Lakes, and some 33,000 man days aren't made up of the 700 odd residents. On page 113 of the same document, it says what activities should the council fund, and note the following statement. In determining how activities are funded, the council is obliged to equally share the cost of delivering services across different users. This should be read in the context of usage of the lake, not the sewerage system for the 700 odd people who had no choice in it anyway. I mean, it's a critical distinction. On page 117 of the document, under the heading Overall Funding Considerations, there is a reference to the RCL's, RLC's, LTP and Section 1013 of the Local Government Act. And the first consideration is benefits of the activity. The benefits of is not the new sewer system for a few, it's the public that fish, swim and boat in the lake. I note also the Council's reference to tourism and the LTP, again a pointer to where the benefits lie, being hotels, motels, restaurants, attractions, jobs. Let's not forget that. I initially accepted the proposed targeted rate of, or charge of $14,000. Not so much that I thought it was fair in itself, but there comes a point where you say, well, yeah, as a good citizen, I want the lake to be clean and clear. At $14,000, how much time and effort do you spend trying to fight City Hall, if you like? So I accepted it, and I was happy to do that. Not at $45,000. It's outrageously different. So, for me, an equitable decision by council, if I would be a payment option that is capped at that figure, the figure were originally given, well, not originally, actually subsequently given, and the balance of the shortfall be met from the lake's enhanced targeted rate by all ratepayers, not just the 770 odd members. Council is proposing to exercise a very significant power in imposing a $45,000 charge on a select number of people. I just urge Council to exercise that power responsibly and in accordance with your own funding policies. In summation, I submit that it's unarguable that the benefits of the proposed expenditure fall virtually exclusively, exclusively on those 700 affected residents. I further submit that the Council's own documentation and the Local Government Act supports that contention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Andy. We appreciate your submission. Sorry everyone, it just appears that we have a short break between the submitters. I'll let you know when our next submitter has arrived. Morena Korua. We have our submitter here, Michael Hancock. You've got 5 minutes. We do have a brief timer, but for now we will hand over to you. Thank you for being here in person for your submission.
Kia ora tātou, ringi te karango o tātou nei mahi tēnei wā. O tira koutou mō te kaunihera, nei rā te mahi. So my name's Nelson Meha. I'm the chairman for Rotorua No. 1 Incorporation. And to my left of Michael Hancock, who is our tumu whakarai, our CEO for Rotorua No. 1. Just a bit of brief background around who Rotorua is. So we were established in 1908, so we're an entity over 100 years old via the Māori Land Court. We have over 1,800 hectares of whenua in Rotuiti and Rotorua, which includes forestry, farming and residential property. We have investments and land across Rotorua Bay Plenty and Aotearoa. We have over 2,500 owners and beneficiaries, and primarily affiliated to Ngāti Pikiao Iwi and our hapu Ngāti Tamatea Tūtahi Ngāti Kawati. In terms of an economic perspective, we're also a $100 million net equity organisation. So that's just a brief history of who we are. I'll hand over to Michael, who can go through matters more aligned with the submission that we put through.
Ka pai, kia ora tātou. So knowing that we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to focus the kōrero and the presentation just on the, I suppose, the kaupapa that we see in the LTP, which impact more around the Rotuiti Rotorua sort of rohe. So first up, just commenting there on the sewerage scheme. The first part there, which was outlined in the submission, is just that we support the options put forth by Council around alleviating some of that financial burden on the residents of the sewerage scheme. A comment there just around the proposed 45k per household being unaffordable for a large portion of our community, including our koike and our whānau, which was evident in the mahi done by the Pikiao Cultural Impact team. Economically too, I think we see a potential issue with, I suppose, a big part of our asset being the land underneath 140 of the 285 rateable properties out towards the Lake Rotorua. Lastly, on that particular kaupapa, I suppose, is the lease structure within these arrangements is generally a 20-year with a right of renewal or two. And I suppose outside of paying the capital upfront or the 25-year option, this may present some issues, in particular to those residents out there. Just ask the Council to consider other options, I suppose, especially where affordability issues meeting the upfront capital may present themselves. The second part there, just looking at supporting the whakaaro around development contributions, especially where the development itself is commercial. Do note that in the development contributions policy, it doesn't sort of mention those rural areas which is the whenua that we're talking about. And I suppose predominantly where a lot of the whenua Māori, especially within Ngāti Pikiao, sort of resides. Ask Council to consider other options around Māori whenua development, especially with the known sort of economic limitations around whenua Māori, especially when it comes to financing or capital. And just lastly, we do know of some of the mahi that we are doing, that we are looking quite closely at papahanga and getting some of these developments across the line. So the lack of infrastructure, especially in some of these areas, is another barrier, I suppose. So when it comes to development contributions, other considerations, we just ask that the Council, I suppose, maintains flexibility in being able to work with us to get some of these things across the line. And the last point largely is around that too, around the Lakes Infrastructure Enhancement Fund and the Māori road lines and rural street improvements as well. Similar whakaaro, I think we just ask that some putia is kept aside in the LTP to allow for that flexibility to work with us and our entities around these developments that we see happening within the 10-year period of the LTP. Only pātai for the last minute. Kia ora.
Thank you. We're not taking any questions, but was there any other points that you wish to raise?
Probably just to comment that our organisation, we are there for our community. So whether it's not just our shareholders and beneficiaries, we support our local kura, we support our local sporting organisations, and in particular our local marae. So, the matters raised in our submission, we just want to kind of further enhance that by saying that, we're there for our community. So we said this is quite an important kaupapa for all of us. Koina tāku.
Ngā mihi nui kia korua, Michael Rawako Nelson. Thank you very much for your submission.
Kia ora.
Ka pai, kia ora tātou.
So elected members, we will now take a short morning tea break. I'll just check what time we'll resume. So we will take a slightly longer break and we will come back at the normal time for our next submitter at 11:15 a.m. So if you could just be here a few minutes before 11:15 a.m. We'll just adjourn the meeting briefly for the break and start the live stream again once we're back on board. Thank you very much. our hearing. It is 15:15, so we will start now with our next submitter. We'd like to welcome Quinton and Christine Christie to the submitters table, please. And we do have a timer. You will hear a ding by the end of your 5 minutes. And just a reminder for everyone to please have your phones turned on silent. Welcome, Quinton.
Kia ora, everyone. So my name is Quinton Christie. Christine could not be here today, so I will be representing the two of us. I provided my submission through, which I'm taken as read by the council. However, there are a few points that I wanted to make in the time that I had available. We've been residents at Tamatea Street in Rotorua since 2004, so we've been aware of the scheme coming for quite some time for the Rotorua sewage replacement. We're very much in support of the scheme because it provides better outcomes for the environment and Rotorua in general. However, our view of the scheme is it's completely been poorly managed for the time since it started to now, and the scheme is yet to finish at this point. So from our perspective, having been long-term residents, we entered into the scheme in good faith. However, our concern at this point is we see no end to the process and or to the costs that are escalating. To give you some idea as to some of the issues that we've experienced, the installation of the sewerage scheme took some time to get to us. The first conversations took place in 2021, so a long time after the scheme was first proposed. Installation started in 2022. Since that time, we had issues with the scheme damaging our driveway, which needed remediation by Fulton Hogan. Secondly, we had the failure of the septic system several times during 2022, leading to alarms going off, neighbours being annoyed and whatnot. In 2023, the system failed completely at Christmas time and the sewage overflowed into the property. And this year, we had the unfortunate incident of Fulton Hogan attending our site to perform maintenance, at which point they turned off the power to our batch, which resulted in all our food going rotten. Not a very pleasant thing, I'm sure you can imagine. I spoke to Fulton Hogan about the issue. They highlighted to me that they do not have a database available to support the ratepayers that have the scheme installed, so there's no mechanism for them to notify people when they come on site. So they're literally turning up, doing whatever they do, leaving in whatever state they leave it in, and then denying that there's been any issue with the repairs that they've done. So from our perspective, we've concluded that the scheme is totally unfit for purpose. To add to that, the costs that we initially understood to be in the vicinity of around $14,000 to ratepayers, that was reiterated in 2014 and again in 2021. However, recently, in attending some of the local meetings, we found that the costs had escalated to approximately $30,000 in February of this year. And in April, we understood the costs had escalated further to $45,000, although those costs have yet to be fully confirmed. We're very concerned at this trend of costs being passed to ratepayers, and with the nature of the area, we're very concerned for the Te Tuhuna Trust, who will ultimately be liable for these costs at the conclusion of the project. That is my submission, so I'll leave the minute for any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're not taking questions as part of these hearings, but if there's any further points that you wish to add, then you may do so.
The only other thing I would raise is we received a annual rates notification, and within that notification there was a levy of additional costs for the sewerage scheme maintenance. Those costs were not expected to be levied until the conclusion of the scheme, where the full cost could be understood and then passed to ratepayers. We've since had a revision of our rates notice to address that, but it took some time in contacting council, which I understand many ratepayers had to do, which is an unnecessary cost of administration for the council. So I'll raise that also. Thank you for my hearing.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to make your submission, Quinton. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Fiona Stevens, Nick Fadden, and we do have the PowerPoint slide and they will go through it for you if you'd just like to signal them.
Cool, thank you. So I'm obviously here to talk about commercial rating of short-term accommodation and its impact on us. Our property is going to be caught by the new rules. It's a batch at Lake Rotorua, and under inland revenue rules, it's considered a mixed-use holiday home, meaning we use it personally but also rent it out for short-term stays when we're not using it. We have an advertisement up year-round, with its listed availability being only when we're not using it. On average, we rent it for 63 nights a year only. The first thing I want to comment on is the threshold rule being if advertised for more than 60 days. This is, to me, flawed. We have to advertise year-round in order to get even a limited number of bookings. We could not sensibly advertise for less than 60 days. The threshold rules in other districts are based on availability or occupancy, not numbers of days advertised. And I ask that the threshold rule be based on number of nights rented, with people asked to evidence their situation with their records, and that beyond the threshold that rates would be proportionate with occupancy. I also suggest that Lake Rotorua and mixed-use holiday homes like ours should actually just be exempt. I considered your stated reasons motivating the change, and I want to explain how they just simply aren't valid for our situation. You say that you want to fairly distinguish between homeowners residing in the property and occasionally renting out a room versus properties solely used for commercial purposes. We're actually neither of those categories, but are being treated the same as commercial, which certainly isn't fair. Actually, sorry, next slide, thanks. We bought the property for our families use for holidays at the lake. Just like resident homeowners occasionally renting out a room, we are simply trying to help our family with the cost of ownership by making it available to rent when we're not using it, and it's rented only 63 nights a year. We're more like resident homeowners occasionally renting out their rooms, so we should be exempt too. You state that it's currently the owners who receive all the benefit, not the district, so therefore we should pay our fair share towards the district. Next slide, thanks. Well, here's the financials. Gross revenue from average 63 days rented is approximately $11,000. Nearly the entirety of that income pays someone in the district. There's the management company, the linen service, the cleaning service, the lawns, repairs and maintenance, and then the council rates. Even at current rate levels, the income doesn't cover other things like insurance and any mortgage. Proposed commercial rates would cost us an additional $3,300 per year, basically doubling our rates and consuming 60% of the gross income. In contrast, resident homeowners renting out individual rooms, even if in the urban part of Rotorua, are proposed to be exempt. However, they probably make more gross income due to their more central location, meaning more nights rented. I also think they would capture a greater personal share of the benefit as well. Similarly, long-term rentals are to be exempt, yet they make substantially more gross income. A property like ours would fetch $35,000 per year as gross income if rented long-term. You also state that short-term rentals place higher demand on services like roads, footpaths, parking, so we should pay more. Well, that's not true for our property either. Being a standard 3-bedroom home, and between us and short-term rentals, it's only occupied for 106 nights per year. So the demand on services is actually only 30% that of the demand placed by long-term occupied properties. Even at the existing rates level, I feel we are subsidising Rotorua residents' use of services. You also state that short-term rentals of entire houses remove them from long-term rental or private ownership. Well, that's not true for us either. Lake Rotorua properties have historically and continue to be used for holidays, not long-term use. We're 30 minutes out of Rotorua, beyond the urban bus area and way beyond any shops. Also, with being a mixed-use property, we can't rent it for long-term accommodation, even if we weren't renting it for short-term, as we would still be using it for our own holidays. I also understand Motelia concerns regarding fairness and equity in terms of economic development rates and also probably competition. Well, there aren't any motels near our place, so we're hardly competing. And I think that Rotorua New Zealand's promotion of Rotorua doesn't impact whether people rent our place or not. People rent it mostly because they're there to use the lake for boating and fishing, etc. Google Maps and word of mouth are the main ways that people actually know about Lake Rotiti. In contrast, surely the owner-occupiers in the urban area renting out individual rooms are directly competing with motels and are probably benefiting from Rotorua New Zealand marketing, yet it's proposed that they will be exempt. So in conclusion, Council's stated reasons for the proposed system actually aren't valid for Lake Rotorua properties, and nor are they valid for mixed-use properties. So I think it's fair that these properties should instead be exempt, and this is what I'm asking Council to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd now like to call our next submitter to the table, Terry Locke.
Ko Millie, te wahine. Please pass this around. This is an update on my submission, and I'm updating it because I'm adding a few other facts to my submission. The first general point I want to make is that all local bodies are cash-strapped, but it is not the job of this council to, quote, fund the promotion of Rotorua as a visitor destination. It should be done collectively by the businesses that have most to gain and are willing to finance a website outlining the attractions and services offered by those who contribute to financing that site. The Council's job is to limit itself to providing information on its website regarding events and services that it directly supports, such as Anzac Day, Matariki, and so on. 2. There is no logic in having providers of accommodation, quote, fund the promotion of Rotorua as a visitor destination. Everyone benefits from the enhancement of this city as a tourist destination. All kinds of businesses, both business owners and those who can afford, in part because of the revenue visitors to the city generate, to employ people. 3. Soon after my wahine and I moved to the Nongataha Valley in 2016, we converted one end of a garage workshop building to a 2-bedroom cottage, which we use for family and friends and also for paying guests using the Airbnb booking facility. 4. We are not absentee owners using an urban property for short-term accommodation via Airbnb, thereby putting a strain on the city's rental housing supply. 5. We are general ratepayers who host paying guests in a portion of our dwelling, 28%, for a percentage of the year depending on demand. The level of demand generates an occupancy rate. Hosting friends and family at the cottage always takes precedence over hosting paying guests. 6. Your April 2004 circular letter on this topic refers to, quote, the higher demand properties used for, quote, commercial accommodation place on services like, quote, roads, footpaths, parking, etc. In Danzy Road, I assure you, there are no footpaths. We supply our own water, manage our own wastewater and sewage, and maintain at our own expense the driveway used by ourselves and our immediate neighbours. Yes, my wife and I benefit from the council's rubbish collection, but the presence of guests from time to time has minimal impact on what we put out. 7. Increasing the rates of casual Airbnb people such as ourselves by the amount proposed is likely to backfire. You'll end up with a city less attractive to visitors and are likely to put pressure on people such as ourselves to stop hosting. My wife and I and others like us do much to attract people to Rotorua and to return here because of our local knowledge and personalised attention. 8. It is manifestly unfair to be charged a commercial rate on our property when its primary use is residential and when a small portion of its 3 acres is used for a part of the year only. 9, in bold. Finally, a constructive suggestion. Currently, for taxation purposes, costs to our property that benefit both the cottage and its users and ourselves, we divide on the basis of a 28 to 72 ratio, established by comparing floor areas. Since our cottage is used for commercial purposes for a portion of the year, and in the interests of fairness, one possible formula for calculating our rates might be Domestic rate is currently assessed, multiplied by 72 divided by 100, plus a commercial rate for our property, multiplied by 28 divided by 100, multiplied by the percentage of the year occupied by paying tenants. The occupancy rate in this formula would be established by the occupancy rate for paying guests for the preceding year. The council auditors could easily be provided with an Airbnb printout confirming that the occupancy rate is authentic and not something imagined by us to avoid paying rates. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your submission and the detail that you have, further detail that you have provided us. Our next submitter that we will bring forward is Lindsay Lyons.
Kia ora. Your Worship, the Mayor, Councillors, Trevor Maxwell, we go a long way back. My name is Lindsay Lyons and I'm submitting on the short-term accommodation. We settled in Rotorua in 1984 and have been ratepayers ever since. We're now both superannuants, supplementing our meagre super by providing short-term visitor accommodation. Among other issues that this 5 minutes prevents me from addressing, the Council states the short-term accommodation cottage industry should contribute its fair share to the tourism industry. I really wish to address that. In 1985, I established myself as a trout fishing guide here in Rotorua, taking clients on the Rotorua Lakes and taking clients to the backcountry on extended fly fishing trips. During this time, I became heavily involved in the Rotorua tourist industry, working with the Rotorua Tourism Board, marketing Rotorua throughout New Zealand and at the high-level international trends events. As a result of my profile in the fishing industry, I was asked by the Rotorua Council, this council, to market the trout fishing industry in Australia to support the new Rotorua International Airport. I did this, spending a week in Australia speaking to numerous fishing clubs, highlighting and promoting the benefits of fishing within our fantastic region. For 20 years, in conjunction with Air New Zealand, we marketed our own trout fishing business in the USA, Australia, attending the annual fishing show in Melbourne each year. Most of these fishing visitors do not wish to stay in hotels and motels, etc., preferring much to stay in more intimate cottage-style accommodation, either staying with their guide or staying in groups in various holiday home accommodation, tying flies or telling lies. I know this same scenario applies to many other visitors to Rotorua who much prefer to soak up the Kiwi culture by staying with local homeowners. For these accommodation providers, much time is spent in the evenings and or mornings talking with visitors, suggesting attractions to visit, where to go, offering touring itineraries. Look, we know, we've been there. It's this that makes this style of accommodation unique in Rotorua, something that is unable to be replicated by hotel or motel industry. Also, as mentioned in our submission, the percolating effect of the dollar coming through, generated by the advertising by short-term accommodation providers, trickles down to all aspects of the Rotorua's economy. It's contrary to what the Council's own statement says, that it's only the owner that benefits. That's not so. Our accommodation is booked properly 40% of the year, with some providers more than that, but many below. I therefore have great difficulties comprehending the Council's comment that short-term accommodation puts more pressure on the services provided by Council, as opposed to full-time rental accommodation, which puts pressure on these services 365 days of the year. In this situation, where the Council services are only being used 50% and less over the year by short-term accommodation, by this calculation, we should be receiving a reduction in our rates, not an increase. A suspicious mind would suspect that maybe the Motel Association has put pressure on this council now that the lucrative motel emergency housing is drying up. It has happened before, I've seen it. And when the narrative from the Motel Association was that the cottage bed and breakfast industry and homestay industry was taking accommodation away from the motel industry. This current situation really seems like déjà vu to me. It certainly requires further investigation. Using the proposed Council's rates increase guidelines, our rates will have increased from $8,000 to $20,000, with this past year being included retrospectively. Would you believe it? And quite frankly, I really believe that this requires a legal challenge. Putting the small cottage industry rating into the realms of commercial rating and then being penalised with this proposed rate increase, just quite honestly, frankly, beggars belief. Clearly, the Council have used the very blunt instrument of a rates increase to address this issue without any prior consultation with the industry itself. Obviously, going forward, this consultation needs to happen. Am I angry? Yep, I am angry, really angry, but more so disappointed and sad that this council, that you have failed to recognise the importance of this unique, small accommodation cottage industry who are just attempting to survive in these really tough economic times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very clear submission. We appreciate you taking the time to do so.
Thank you, Rod.
Thank you, Lindsay. Now I'd like to invite Di Wilson to the table.
Good morning, everyone. My husband and I own the land that our batch is on. Sorry, we lease the land that our batch is on at Lake Rotorua, and we've been there for about 13 years as a holiday home. My submission relates to the Rotorua sewage scheme and the escalation in costs and the proposal to charge us an exorbitant amount of money to cover the blowout in costs. We felt bullied into signing up for the scheme to begin with, and a lot of people didn't understand the consultation process, including us, as much as I tried to read everything and get a handle on what was going on. We were appalled at the time at the cost, but felt we just had to go with the flow. And like the gentleman that spoke before me, it took a while for the sewerage system to be implemented, and at our house they damaged the steps going up to our house, they damaged our grass, they had to be called back to repair our steps. We repaired the damage to the grass ourselves. This blowout in cost, when I went to a community meeting, was there were lots of excuses made regarding inflation and COVID, but someone hasn't managed this project properly. We own a business. If we ran our business and didn't monitor the costs in the way that it appears has happened in this case, we wouldn't survive 5 minutes. So, so my submission is that part of the LTP is removed or revised before you make your final decisions. A blowout from, as the gentleman before me said, from initial $14,000 to $17,000 to $45,000 now $88,000 is just out of control. There must be a better way. Yes, there are people that own the land or lease the land at Rotorua that have the benefit of the lakes, but there are also many number of peoples in the wider community that use the lakes and have the benefit of the lakes. And we'd just like you to go back to the drawing board and think of a fairer way. The job's been done, the money has to be paid, but there's got to be a better way to do it, and we'd really appreciate it if you reconsidered it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Di. If you just give us a minute, we have our next submitter joining by Zoom, so we'll make sure that they're all set up and ready to go. We are on hearing number 24, and this will be Glenn.
Goals that the council has set for it, and also why I think there's actually a better way to achieve what you're trying to achieve. In relation to the first point, I guess in short, a lot of the short-term rental accommodation that will be subject to this tax, and it is quite a substantial additional tax, is holiday home accommodation for out-of-town people who like to come to Rotorua to experience what it has to offer. They rent their homes out on Airbnb and other platforms in order to gain a bit of additional revenue, and simply because they can't use their holiday homes every weekend or every holiday. And absent that, those holiday homes will be sitting empty during that period. So if you impose this tax, the amount of that tax would pretty much wipe out any profit or revenue that most of these holiday home providers would actually achieve. And therefore they would simply stop using those platforms and stop providing short-term rental accommodation from their homes to avoid paying the additional fees. Now that would not then achieve the council's other goal of having those homes go into to long-term residential accommodation, because those owners still want to use those homes as holiday homes. It would simply mean that those homes would remain empty for a large part of the year, and with the associated detriments. So those detriments are that obviously the holiday home owner misses out on revenue. B, as I say, we use a property manager. The property managers would also miss out on a lot of revenue. Other associated service providers, cleaners, linen providers, and so on and so forth, who make money off these short-term rental accommodations would also miss out on that revenue. The guests who would otherwise be coming to stay at these houses will miss out. They obviously value the service that we provide. They like the homes. We get really good feedback. We get a lot of repeat accommodation or repeat guests. They like the fact that it's a place they can come with one or two families, have their own space, and it's something different than a hotel or motel. So they would miss out, and then the tourism operators and hospitality operators in Rotorua would miss out from that additional custom. I don't think those people would switch to other types of accommodation. As I say, a lot of the guests we have really value the facilities that we provide, and it is quite different than a hotel or motel accommodation, particularly if you're talking one or two families coming to stay. So overall, we think they would just be a straight loss to Rotorua. Those people just wouldn't turn up, wouldn't spend their money in Rotorua, and it would have substantial detriments on a large number of people. So I guess that's the negative, but I think the positive bit is I agree with the council. Everyone's facing straitened times at the moment, and the need to obtain or find additional revenue, particularly for the development of tourism, is a really positive thing, and I sort of applaud you for trying that. I think the way to do that is a much more targeted approach, which has to somehow relate to the amount of accommodation services that anyone is providing. And the most obvious way to do that is a bed tax or a per guest per night tax or levy. Now I know other cities have tried this and it may have some teething problems. I don't think that should stop you from looking at that. And the benefit I see from that is that it doesn't then put a huge fixed cost on an accommodation provider that will force them out of the market. They can choose to do what they want with that additional levy, whether that's passing it on to to guests or taking it themselves. But either way, that still enables them to remain in the market, having their holiday home on the platforms, and then the guests will choose whether or not they wish to pay the additional fees that come along with that. And I really believe that would result in a much greater amount of revenue, albeit that it's probably a harder thing to pull off in the first place. I guess just to finish, this all comes a bit of a shock to those of us who have short-term rental accommodation, and I guess maybe I'm guilty of not spending a huge amount of time looking at the 10-year plan of Rotorua Council, but when it was drawn to my attention, it was quite a substantial shock, particularly to see the amount that the rates would increase by. But I think there's a willingness of people like myself, my property manager and others involved to actually work with the council to develop something that actually works, that achieves your revenue aims but doesn't sort of drive us out of the market. So I'm more than happy on that note. I don't know if I've got a couple of minutes left, but more than happy to answer any questions or have a conversation.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Your time has concluded, but we really appreciate you taking the time to join us by Zoom and to provide your feedback on this proposal. Thank you very much, Glenn.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Elected members, we're just going to go forward to hearing number 36. I'd like to invite Lewis Cubis. Welcome.
Hello. I'd like to talk on the holiday home short-term accommodation tax as well. My name is Lois Cubis, and my husband and I own a property on Lake Rotorua. This is predominantly for our own use and our extended families. However, we do rent it out occasionally to help us with expenses such as rates, insurance and maintenance. In the year starting July the 1st, 2023 to the end of June this year, it has or will be rented out for a total of 18 days in total, although it's been on book or batch for most of the year. The reason why the low rental days is that we block it out for much of the year so that we can use it ourselves. Hence, it is not available for much of the year. Basing the increase on the number of nights advertised doesn't make sense at all. The amount of money we get on our property does not cover this enormous rise in rates. We are up for a 167% rate increase, higher than what we get from the rent. So what will we do? We will take it off the market like the previous owner suggested, and hence you will lose bed nights. I have heard of many others who will also do the same thing. The definition of your website of a business is any property where primary purpose or activity at that property is a business activity. Our house is not a business. The definition of residential property is any property less than 5 hectares anywhere in the district. Our house is a residential property. You also state that residential properties that are rented on a short-term basis more than 100 days are rated as a business. Again, our house is not a business. The Inland Revenue website states that short stay and visitor accommodation is when you're renting out your residential property to guests for up to 4 consecutive weeks at a time. Our property is not rented out for 4 weeks at a time. Our house is not a hotel, a motel or a boarding house. The people who stay at our house are usually families who combine to take advantage of being together, being able to be independent. They do not want to stay in a hotel or motel, and they're also usually big spenders in and around Rotorua, utilising many of the excellent tourist attractions. They eat, drink, play, then go home and tell others of the good time they've had in Rotorua. If this huge rise goes ahead, the number of beds will most probably decline, and hence the number of tourists will decline. Your shops, restaurants, cafes and tourist spots will also suffer. So in fact, you wish to charge us so that you can spend it on advertising when you have approximately 800 or more free promoters in your community already. There's been little thought into this whole process. I don't even know whether it's legal what you're proposing. So what I'd like the councillors to ask themselves is, how do you determine what is advertising? How can a property be advertised for rent when it is not actually available? How do you determine the 60 days of advertising when the property is not available? Thomas Cole stated to a reporter that the council elected to propose a short-term rental rating policy that applies to those advertising accommodation availability for 60 days or more per year. The word availability needs to be clarified and explained and emphasised. So if you continue to use a third party to monitor this, at what cost? You're proposing to save $900,000, probably $300,000 of that will go on a third party, plus you'll have a decline in visitor numbers. How can you make a move that will see bed numbers decrease and the quality of accommodation will decline as these special accommodation options disappear? So all of this is so you can use funds for promotion to get the visitors back again. It's a little insane, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to make your submission.
Okay, thank you.
We are on hearing number 22. I'd like to invite Rahui James Tikani to come and make his submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora everybody. My name is Rahui James Tikani. I was born in Tauranga, but I whakapapa to Ngāti Kahungunu and Ngāti Porou. I moved here in 08. Met a girl, fell in love, made 2 beautiful little baby girls, and I've been living here ever since. Call this place my home, and I've been proud to do so for a long time. I'm here today to talk about the building of a new, and these are the 3 key things: modern, safe and high quality skate park at Quito Park. I know work was begun, but I just want to reiterate that there's still a community of people out there who are waiting eagerly for this. For my work, I work as a therapeutic care and education worker at Stan Tumaya, opposite the Redwoods there. Basically, I spend my days with the tamariki that all the other people think are in the too hard basket. So that's what I do for my mahi on a day-to-day. Part of what I do there is I run a skateboard program as therapy, which might sound like it doesn't make sense, skateboarding is therapy, but I would just like to read you something here. Okay, so time spent on a skateboard by young people can heal their brains to heal from past trauma. It can actually move the development of the brain into a more positive trajectory from the brainstem right up to the neocortex. Skateboarding itself incorporates many different sensory stimuli, vibrations, sounds, motion, speed, the wind against your face, and demands multiple skills such as balance, strength, coordination, and agility. Couple these with the social aspects of skateboarding within a skate park, where you might also must think about etiquette, social keys, body language, and communication, and all of this accumulates as an all-encompassing experience that is highly regulating for the body and brain. And this information is processed initially in the brainstem, and the various different aspects mean that the diencephalon, limbic system, and the neocortex are all receiving positive and soothing stimuli. Sorry, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I wanted to get some actual backing about why I believe in skateboarding so much. So to continue the quote, by allowing the brain to function in this way, you are creating the perfect environment for self-regulation, enabling yourself to learn new skills and manage complex emotions. So I just want to hit those: self-regulation and managing complex emotions. The majority of what I do every day at work is trying to teach kids how to self-regulate and manage complex emotions. Mayor Tapsell, I know you have a young child, so this is something we deal with in the home all day, every day, is teaching our kids to manage emotions. That quote is from Dr. Emily Wang from the Whole Services, which is a group in in Calgary in Canada. They are a non-profit organisation that works to support the unique needs of children and families impacted by emotional and behavioural problems, learning disabilities, mental illness, developmental delay, neglect, abuse, poverty and family violence. Just going to read that list again. The unique needs of children and families impacted by emotional and behavioural problems, learning disabilities, mental illness, developmental delay, neglect, abuse, poverty and family violence. Sound familiar at all? So yeah, I just wanted to have that backing, that scientific backing to say that I believe in skateboarding. I believe in skateboarding almost religiously, therefore I believe in skate parks as a form of church, almost. And yeah, I just think, I believe wholeheartedly that when we upgrade the skate park, it's going to have such a good effect on the community. We already have 2 young skateboarders, Dante and Gabs, who are at the top of the pile in New Zealand. I think if we give them the tools that they need and support them, we can build such an amazing scene here, and we can have a really, really strong skateboard scene here in Rotorua, in the centre of the North Island, and we can really build some strong communities that crosses race, religion, gang colours, and all of that right here in Rotorua. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahu. We appreciate you making your submission today.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Rex and Sue Beale.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. This submission concerns the East Rotoiti Rotorua Sewage Scheme as part of the RLC LTP. We, Rex and Sue Beale, live at 58 Tamatea Street, Hinahopu, Lake Rotoiti. We purchased this property in April 2021 and only recently, post-public meeting held 15th of April 2024, were given copies of letters from a Rotorua Lakes Council neighbour dated 2017 and 2021. These outline the costs of the proposed sewage scheme here at Lake Rotoiti. In March 2022, we were approached by Gerhard Mostert, forgive my pronunciation, who, with regards to installation of the proposed sewage scheme. Discussions with your representative were then held, and we were confirmed and told by your representative we had no choice but to go with the new system proposed. Please note the current septic tank system we had on the property was recently installed and functioning as it should be. We were assured this was an RLC approved system that met new regulations. In March 22, we made the decision to participate in the scheme in the interests of improving the water quality at Lake Rotoiti, but not before your representative signed an end cap cost of no more than $15,000, inclusive of GST. A copy of that is attached. We sent this to our solicitors on the 11th of March, who agreed for their purposes this is binding. A copy of their correspondence is also attached. The system was installed in February 2023. We have not had any communication from RLC about the cost of the scheme since. Only through the positive efforts of Lake Rotoiti Community Association, we learned in February 2024 that the likely cost of the scheme would mean a capital cost per property of $30,000. Now, in the RLC's LTP, we learned that the proposed lump sum capital cost per property will be $45,500, up 50% within
within 2 months, or 88,000 rounded if paid back over 25 years. Note our lease expires in 14 years. We believe the proposed cost in the LTP is totally unjust and indefensible. We also believe the scheme has lacked both effective governance management by the RLC from the outset. We feel the Council has failed us and has certainly failed to constrain final costs payable by local ratepayers to the minimum possible. There has been a horrendous blowout in the overall scheme cost. For the RLC to attempt to shift responsibility for the cost blowout to 770 ratepayers in the scheme is completely unacceptable, unjust and totally unreasonable. We totally reject the scheme funding proposal contained in the LTP and request the RLC to honour its commitments to ratepayers to minimise the cost payable by local ratepayers to $15,000. We decided to participate in the scheme for all the right reasons and at what seemed a reasonable cost. We definitely would have not participated in this scheme had we known the completely unaffordable and unjust cost now being proposed. We are pensioners on a fixed income. The representation made by RLC is a binding contract for $15,000, and we understand we are obliged to pay that. And to pay that amount, and in doing so, that's what we acted on. We were not informed of any additional costs, excesses, prior to installation. We believe the Council has failed in a proper and professional way in not advising, disclosing additional costs to us. We note one section of the community beneficiaries is not paying their fair share of this capital cost. This is a massive negligence by the Council in supposed liability, incurring us in debt. We will meet the contract obligation of $15,000. Any more we dispute, and we're happy to take further arguments in the High Court. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you, Rex, for taking the time to make your submission.
Thank you.
We'll now move to hearing number 28, Rod Milne.
Any way of getting down here? I've got size 14 boots. Yeah, I'll go around. No, the boots over there. Stupid. Give me, mate. I'm a tramper and I wear tramping boots, town boots. Yeah, I'm Rod Milne. I've been here since, not all the time, but 1955, came up to Woodsman School from New Plymouth. My father separated from my mother after the war. He was Major Ronald Victor Milne. He drew a farm in 57 at Uphardy Murray, the last farm on the boundary. And then I bought the farm off and I was working around different places. I'll give you my whole history. I've hunted in the area, I've tramped in it, worked in it, used my hands, used the head, played rugby in it. So that's, and H.R. Butcher, by the way, was my grandmother's brother, and he owned all of Rotorua, Strathmore, in the 1880s to the 1938. 40,000 acres, no road between here and Taupo. And then he sold it to the government, and it was created all those lovely people that live there now on farms. They all vote, and they all pay rates. Better than him paying for 40,000 acres and running it down to the ground. So that's the history. Just as much as any Maori people in the district here. Right, I'll go quickly through it. I've done all this stuff. By the way, I've tramped the whole area here with a tramping group in the last 25 years. You've got a problem in the Kildare here with water. Not a volcano, you've got a problem with water. And I don't think you understand that when you get something like Auckland, it's going to come down the hill and it's bloody steep up there. You go right up, the streams are that narrow. I've tramped the whole lot over the years. You're going to have a problem in the town. The lake will come up and it'll flood in the zone there. Okay, right. The council is broke, we know that. There's all this debt going on. And also this 10.7 thing for the, I'm 85 nearly. And then it's all spent. Lockie McKenzie, 10 years ago, got up, he's pretty up to his big farm up at Rotorua there, at Kahara. He compounded it and blew the previous mayor out of the water because compounding on 10.7, boom, 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 boom. Put money in the bank when it's high. Right, I'm not going to, so that one, civil defence, there's nothing in here about civil defence. It's all spinning here. You should have a couple of pages on it. This is a problem area. The lakes are high at the moment. Another thing that you've got to do, like they've done in Auckland, I've got 2 daughters in Auckland, one's high up in the corporate there, another one's with the police, is sell the airport. You've got to sell that airport out here. That's what started the borrowing, that international airport. It's a stupid thing to do. And it's carrying on and on and on. And it's got liquefaction problems underneath where they put big planes in. I've read a bit of the stuff about it. So you've got to sell it. Get in touch with Morrison's in Wellington and get the airport sold. Brown's done it in Auckland and he's had to straighten out a mess up there and there's a mess here. So, but that's important. Get that airport sold. It's still going to be there. They're not going to take it somewhere else. Liquefaction's a big problem around here. Read up on that. Talk to the volcanic guy about it. All that stuff on the left of Vaughan Road right through should never have been built on and you shouldn't be building there. The water table's about that far off the ground there, underneath, yeah. There's a huge water table out there. It's a crazy place to, and this is coming from good sources. I used to have 1 or 2 sources in here. They're pretty well gone now. So, civil defence, Vaughan Road, Caldera. If anyone else here has tramped all up around the top there, tell me, come up with me. I've done Waka Forest on foot and everything in there over the years. I've got plenty of stuff I've put in here, you can read it if you want to, but I'm not going to read it all out, it'll take all day, wouldn't it? Yeah. Last time when I put a submission about the lakefront, you've got a problem down there with that new development. All that lakeweed, I put a submission there. I said, that's a stupid thing to do down there. Same with the bike lane. It cost me a couple of $100 to go around, hand pamphlets out to printed them, all the people about this stupid bike lane in town here. Look at it. How much that cost? What's that? A little buzzer. Yeah, okay.
That was the buzzer.
Sounds like Christmas tree. Yeah, righto. So, okay. But just have a, get out there and have a look. And by the way, it's good to have a farmer back on the council after 10 years of keeping them right out of it.
Thank you
so
very
proud
much,
to see it. Because, boy, the council worked hard to keep them out of it. And I live in town now, I live in Linmore there, but okay. Now, this is not to do with... That is what your bloody mowers are mowing in all the recreation. This comes out of Neil Hunt Park. I'll leave it here for you. Won't smell, I was going to tip it out, but I thought I'd better not. Your mowers, I was contracting in the town. All your fire control work in the 80s and 90s with my tractors. Started that business. We had to pick all the rubbish up. If I hadn't done that, I would have got the sack. Your mowers are mowing rubbish. There's tins in here, it's all been through the mowers. The next time they do it, they go over it again. And then it gets the little wee bits, and then it goes into the drains, and then it goes into the lake. It's a simple thing. You've got to rein those guys in. They're good guys, but the person here that should control them doesn't do it. I've rung the Parks Reserve guy from here 4 or 5 years ago and told him about it.
Thank you.
So you can keep these here and have a look at them. You know, they've all been through the mower, not through my mower.
Thank you very much for collecting those.
Yeah,
for us.
so, you know.
Thank you for your submission.
Do something about it.
We'll do
I
our
had a
best.
submission here about, when was it? 7 or 8 years ago about rubbish. The only one that did one.
I'll take care of this thing.
Oh, no, leave them there, mate. Let them have a look at them. Yeah. Well, don't tip them out. Show them. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
We're now on hearing number 29, and I'd like to welcome Film Bay of Plenty to make their submission.
That came up a bit quicker than I thought. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jade toku ingoa. Sorry, have I got that close enough there? Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to thank you on behalf of Film Bay of Plenty. We have, through Rotorua NZ, been receiving some funding to support our the business that we do since our inception, which is 2016. I'm just going to, rather than, because you've already got my submission, I'll just do a quick piece around what we actually do. We're the ones behind the scenes working to ensure that productions filming here have everything they need to succeed, from securing permits to scouting locations, education on filming processes, iwi introductions, sourcing local caterers, accommodation, coordinating logistics, to liaising with local talent and funding proposals and council presentations. We do it all and then some. This year we're asking for 120,000 per year, which is broken into 3 parts, 52,500 for operations and 65,000 for an incentive, which goes towards that incentive can go towards various different pieces. It may appear modest in this far as when you're talking about screen incentives, but what it does, it helps to facilitate a larger production that's already selecting our region to take on trainees, or additionally attachments that are people who are already partway through their training to upskill them more. They can be on that for up to 5 to 6 weeks if they can apply to an incentive program. An incentive program has been successful in Canterbury, as well as we ran a test case in Taupo last year. So in the Screen Canterbury's, sorry, I'm just going to take a breath, nerves, shake it off. Screen Canterbury had an increase with their incentive of 77% in their region. Admittedly, their incentive was much higher than what I'm asking for, but it does help to bring those major productions out of the key areas like Auckland and Wellington, because we want to see more of that in the area that we cover. And we've got just got news this morning actually of 2 productions looking at Rotorua. One in July is definitely filming here, and we've got a larger US scouting next week. So that means if that second one lands, we get to use local crew and upskill them on international size filming. And if they can do that without tapping into their own budgets too much by applying to Film Bay of Plenty for a small incentive to help crew come on board, then that's by and large a good thing to keep it all local. I don't think there's we work alongside the RTOs to help market our regions. Those are the key pieces that we're looking for. But I thought I'd leave time for questions because I'm looking at that clock.
Thank you. We're not taking any questions as part of the hearings. Was there any further points that you wish to add? But we do note that we do have the hard copy as well.
Yes, thank you. No, I think that's the key pieces for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to make that submission and provide us with those exciting updates.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Richard Prebble to make his submission. Number 30, elected members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's spent 30 years in Parliament and it's out of order to speak sitting down, but I'll try. I'm a long-term resident of Lake Rotorua, and I wish to make two submissions to the Council. The first is that the high lake levels around Lake Rotorua, you'll be aware, have done considerable damage to the facilities, to the wharfs, to the walkways, to the playgrounds and the play equipment. When I looked at your budget, and maybe I've misread it, I didn't see an allowance for its restoration. It should be restored. The previous council, no doubt been criticised by everyone. Look, they did a very good job in putting in those facilities around the lake. Thousands of people use them. I can personally say that I walk around the walkway every single day. It needs to be restored, not just because it's a beautiful walk, but it's dangerous to have children and elderly people like myself walking around along the state highway. If you don't put it into this budget, it may be years before it's restored. The lake levels go up and down, and this one is historically high, but usually about every decade. If you don't do it, we'll have a number of years which we'll miss, where people will be able to do it. So I just urge you to ask the officials for an estimate of what it will cost to restore the facilities and to put it in the budget and to actually start work this spring, because the lake's going down and the work could actually start this spring. The second, about which you're no doubt receiving many submissions, is regarding the sewerage scheme. Don't want to go into the history and the like, because we can't change the past. The real question is, who should bear the cost of the cost overruns? And I put it to you that there's nothing the residents could have done with regard to that. They didn't claim to have the expertise. If the council had done nothing, we would have all installed SEP tanks. Indeed, I wanted to install one because I had no confidence in the sewerage scheme, having been director of an engineering company for 20 years, and we have installed sewerage schemes. I thought that the costs were wildly optimistic. However, when I spoke to the contractors, they said I could not install my own septic tank. I would have to connect to the sewerage scheme. So now I put it to you, well, what should the cost be to the residents? I say to you that it should be what a SEP tank would have cost us. And the estimate given to us of $25,000, of course, is nonsense. That's the estimate for one person to put in a SEP tank. If we put in 700, the cost would have been around about $16,000 and no ongoing maintenance. So I personally say to you that a figure that you could pick would be the one that was actually in the document that we all received. No doubt people have waved that letter at you. If you look at it, I say to you that morally it's a contract. There's an offer made by the council. The residents accepted it. I suspect that it's actually legally a contract as well. And should the council go ahead with a figure mentioned in the plan, you may well face litigation. And just to scare you, I think I could go to the small claims court. Less than 25,000. Normal rules of contract don't apply, and I believe that I'll win. But a far better solution would be for the council just to acknowledge the fact that to shift the cost onto the people least able to pay and had the least power over what happened would be just morally wrong. I put it to you, it should be 16,000, but if you want to go higher, you could argue that in that letter it said plus or minus 30%. That would get you 21,000. Anything above that, frankly, would be an outrage. No doubt you've heard that from everyone else. I'm done. Best of luck. Looking at you all, I'm so glad I don't run for the council, but I'm very thankful
on behalf of the residents that someone's doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. Elected members, we're just waiting for someone who's planning to join us by Zoom at 12:30. So you're welcome to stay where you are or come have a short break for 5 minutes. Oh, just kidding. She has joined by Zoom. So we'll just see if she is okay to take her submission now.
We've got 5 minutes to kill. I can take dogs. Yeah,
Welcome, Dr. Christine Sumner. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. We can hear you as well. Look, we know that you are noted for 12:30, but we can take your submission now if you would like.
Yep, that works great.
Excellent. Okay. So you have 5 minutes. We do have a bell here, which I'll leave a microphone by. But if you don't hear us, I will just politely remind you that 5 minutes is up. But thank you very much for joining us by Zoom. This is Dr. Christine Sumner from the SPCA, and we'll hand over to you to make your submission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me for your meeting on the LTP. We submitted to your LTP for, we are looking for partners for funding our subsidized dysexing and microchipping programs. It's one of our most important things as an organization that we push to get more cats desexed and microchipped, companion cats. And we're a little concerned that these numbers of cats desexed is going down over time. We know from the research that the number one barrier why people are not desexing and microchipping their cats is because of the cost. And when we offer our subsidized dysexing and microchipping, it is a very popular service. It typically, once we offer it as a voucher system, so a person will pay $30 and our organization, SPCA, will cover the rest of the cost of that service. We work with local veterinarians to provide these services. And when we offer these vouchers in areas, we like to say they sell out very quickly, sometimes within a day. So we know there's high demand for this service, and we're increasingly reaching out to councils to work with us. We want to get as many cats desexed and microchipped as we can. And Rotorua, we do have problems with cats and kittens coming into our centers, heavily driven by stray cat numbers. And in order to deal with stray cats, we also have to deal with undesexed companion cats, because we have many unplanned litters that happen each year, and they end up coming into our centers because the owners can't handle them, or they end up as strays and eventually come to our centers anyways. So I know I have a very short period of time, and I know you have our submission and our council package for more on our program. So I would like to just leave time if you have any questions for me.
Thank you very much, Christine. We're not taking questions as part of the hearings, but we have heard your key points loud and clear. Were there any other points that you wish to let us know? You've got about 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you for that clarification. What I'd like to say is we make this service easy to work with us. We have an online portal, and we have really good, robust reporting and monitoring of our program. So we're able to provide targeted reports for how we spend council dollars. We've worked with a number of councils, including a bunch of local boards in Auckland Council. We've worked with Waitaki and Dunedin down south. We've worked with Whangarei. So we kind of work with big councils, small councils, and we've had multi-year funding packages, we've had one-off year funding packages. And what we're able to do is the marketing for this event, and we make it, as I said, fairly easy to do because we're already running these programs. Importantly for councils, this is a way to demonstrate a commitment to humanely reducing stray cats in your communities. It's a way to show commitment to helping people with the cost of these procedures. And we also know that long-term, this helps reduce nuisance in communities. The fewer cats that are roaming around who are not owned, the less likely you and our organization is to get complaints about nuisance in communities. And we also know that there's welfare benefits of microchipping and desexing cats. So it's kind of a win-win-win all around. And finally, if there is ever a point where Rotorua sees a future where there might be bylaws related to microchipping and desexing, subsidizing the cost of these procedures helps with compliance. There's always concerns about passing bylaws. What about enforcement? But we also know compliance is actually helping people comply with bylaws is also an important aspect of what we offer. So yeah, I guess if I don't have any questions, if you do have any questions to follow up, please feel free to reach out to us and we'd be happy to chat further.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christine. We will certainly take up that opportunity if there was anything, but you've covered that very well, and thank you for the additional information on the great work that you do. We wish you and the team at SPCA all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, everyone, that concludes our morning of submitters. We're just going on 12:27. We'll take a break now and we will return at 1:30. I'll just double check that. Yep. Sorry, if you could please return at 1:25, just so that we can... Sorry, we have taken the 1:30 submitter. We'll return at 1:30. Ready. Welcome back, everybody. It is 1:35 and we are going to restart our hearings process this morning. So we will bring forward a submitter, and the first one coming up will be Jimmy Bathgate. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jimmy Bathgate. Kia ora koutou, this is my submission. My name is Jimmy Bathgate. I am 7 years old. I love to skateboard. I want to be like Tony Hawk. I think the council can do better. In Tauranga, the skate parks have pump tracks, quarter pipes, nipples, rails, and super flat, smooth concrete. You can see your reflection in it. In Rotorua, the concrete is too bumpy and rough. You can't get fast enough to do cool stuff. And if you hit a crack, you fall off. I want to be a professional skateboarder sponsored by Red Bull when I grow up. I will have to drive to Tauranga a lot to practice in a decent skate park. Driving causes a lot of pollution, which is bad for the environment. I would prefer a better skate park in Rotorua. Please help the kids of Rotorua be healthy and active with a decent skate park. Done.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. We appreciate it. And thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission. Would you like to explain what you have in front of you?
It's a model of the park. You can come up and see it if you want.
Walk it around.
Showing me before.
So this is what we need to aim for.
This is about what I want the skate park to look like.
Boom. Here he is. Let me see. That's called
A quarter pipe. This is a quarter pipe.
I thought that was a half pipe. Is that a quarter?
Oh yeah, a half pipe.
It's a half pipe?
And this is a table. And this is a little man. And this is a jump with some spikes.
That was unique.
And then there's a rope here. Done.
Well done.
Very well done. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and to your friends for your submission today. We appreciate it. This is what we're going to do. Great idea. Great idea. I'd now like to welcome Brian A. Walmsley, and elected members, this is number 45 on your list. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. My submission is about the proposed rates increase for short-term rentals, increasing the rates to commercial levels. I'm opposed to the changes to do that for the reasons such as the holiday rental market's been impacted by the recent GST change, meaning that many holiday home owners who are doing that holiday rentals are receiving 15% less income than they were. They can't increase their charges to take account of that change, so they'd be impacted by that increase in the charge of the commercial level rates. The holiday home market is important to the Rotorua tourist economy. The city doesn't really have enough bed nights with the current offerings of hotels and motels, and this proposed change might cause some people to withdraw their holiday homes from the market, so there'd be less homes available. Those holiday rental homes are quite often they're offering accommodation to large groups, which is not really covered by hotels and motels either. There's still some impact from the COVID-19 pandemic, so there's an impact there, which is like a further financial hit for homeowners who were renting their homes out. We do accept that there might need to be a tax of some kind on visitors who are using the Rotorua facilities. So there could be an inevitable for the holiday rental market. However, we do not accept that a blanket and arbitrary amount is the right way to do it. Each property is quite different in terms of its earning occupancy and potential. The blunt approach suggested of charging commercial property rates doesn't take into account the part-time earning potential of holiday homes, where the owners make a lot of personal use of the home. There's nights unoccupied or only partially occupied, or you've got combined use properties where people are living on the house or also have a holiday rental on it. So has the council a more measured approach, such as a nightly guest tax for actual nights booked? And as an example, and another example is the Auckland and Queenstown both require holiday rentals to register with the council, and these properties are then subject to a graduated system where the increased tax is directly related to the number of nights the property is rented. The RLC proposal is quite blunt in its approach and would cause undue financial stress to homeowners.
Lou Gerrards. And this is number 48, elected members. I'm sorry, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Gerrards.
Gerrards. Nice to meet you, Lou.
Nice to meet you. I'm here to talk about and present a submission for short-term rentals. Can I first say I appreciate the councillors who responded to me personally, because I think we need a heck of a lot of information, and for those who didn't, I don't know why. I think that if we don't get this right, the council and ourselves as short-term rental owners, the negative consequences are going to far outweigh the positive ones. And the rest of my submission is, I suppose, food for thought. Our Airbnb, we are in Hamarana. We started with a small extension in 2017. We did so because our daughter family, we decided to put them up so the father could finish his plumbing apprenticeship, and they stayed in there for 3 years. when they moved out, our other daughter suggested we turn it into an Airbnb. We did this so that we could stay on our little lifestyle block. And believe me, it wasn't a decision about profit. And also because we had a history as a family of having Saturday night takeaways, and we decided that the pension wasn't enough to support us on our lifestyle block. For 3 or 4 years we've run the Airbnb. We have a maximum of 2 guests. We have an occupancy rate of 58%, and Airbnb actually advertise on our site that that's usually fully booked. So you can think about that. We have 82% international guests, and interesting on your own council data, infographics or infometrics, whatever you call it, domestic visitors are 90% and international 10%. You can start to tell what that means. And I reiterate, if you don't get it right, there's a real risk that we're going to get it wrong. Our guests do not place a burden on the infrastructure. I think the councillors would have heard the Airbnb submission. Not yet? Well, I won't repeat what they said about the roads, but they've summarised that well. We have no footpaths where we are. We have a sewage tank, but we pay for that, and we pay handsomely to the regional council as well. The rubbish, there is no extra bins out there for our guests. And the water, our guests use 1/8 of what people use in motels. We do have a kitchen, and I don't know what all the council focus is on kitchens, but we have it and it's just there, but guests use it maybe 20-30% of the time. I think our guests contribute more than what most of us, maybe councillors, understand to the economy, because we have, I suppose, 82% international guests. They go away, they park their car there, they have a sleep, and they go out in the day and spend $200 each. And I can tell you that promotion is really not understood until you come up to our place. You see the guests there, they jump out of that car and they get their photos, and they've got all sorts of things. We have 82% international, so they go around the world showing these photos. I invite all councillors, individually or collectively, to come up to our place to read our reviews, because there you will see how they promote this beautiful city. So when you talk about promotion, you really need to get into it and see what's happening, because you're going to make a very important decision. I must make a comment about the lack of information, because I think my belief is that we collectively here have got nowhere near enough information. I think all council knows that there's somewhere between 800 and 1,300 Airbnbs. You are making a decision and basically giving us 1 month and a bit. We got a letter, 2 days, we're going to have an information meeting. We went to the information meeting, but the trouble was there was no information there. I still don't think you've got too much information. We were asked to make a submission. Yeah, well, we've done our homework, I hope, but it seems to be all on us, because there's not too much information council can offer us. So I don't feel we can do justice even to our submissions. How can council make a fair decision when the only info is that you have X amount of Airbnbs? There is other councils. I wonder how many councillors know what other councils in New Zealand know. Mr. Colley twice made mention of Queenstown. But Queenstown have a differential rate, and for example, they charge 25% to 35% increase in rates if the place is occupied for less than 180 days, and proportionally above that. Brings me to my final point. I think there has been a study by Govos, a pretty reputable American company, that said 60% of travellers they interviewed prefer Airbnbs, and 40% prefer hotels. I think hotels and motels are a dying breed. If council don't get this right and see it, you're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg.
Thank you very much, Lou. Unfortunately, that is your time, so we'll have to conclude your submission there, but we appreciate you making it in person.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Kath Curran. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, kia ora koutou. Mayor, councillors, thanks for having me along to talk to our submission. Ko Kath Curran toku ingoa. I'm the General Manager at St Chad's. We provide a life skills learning hub for over 60 adult participants with an intellectual and often alongside that a physical disability. We work with a further 20 people at any given time in our transition and employment services, and we currently employ 18 individuals, roughly 13 to 14 full-time equivalent. St Chad's has appreciated the Rotorua Lakes Council community funding investment in its various forms over the years. There's an easy alignment to the Council's vision and outcomes, but my purpose here today is to reiterate that this funding is critical for our success and organisations like us. In delivering quality essential services, it's as important as other revenue streams, whether that's contracted funding by central government or philanthropic funders. There's no slack. There's no nice-to-have programs. All of our services deliver on an impact model that relates to the Enabling Good Lives and the New Zealand Disability Strategy. My team is amazing, but we're already as lean a team as we can be. We cannot cut costs anymore. We have the same duty of care as any other business or public-private entity has, be it robust systems, financially accountable, practices for safety, meeting audit standards, etc. Employment, privacy, cybersecurity, asset management, the whole lot. So we have the same costs as any entity, and a lot of organisations are like us. So in our case, St Chad's brings in, say, around $700,000 investment into Rotorua through central government contracts. But this is by design contributory funding, as I explained in my submission. When an NGO signs up those contracts, we're signing up, we're committing to raising funds elsewhere. And in our case, we need around $250,000 to break even. And it is circular. That funding goes straight back into Rotorua economy, be it wages, spending on services, but most importantly, our tangata whaikaha, our clients, thrive as active community participants. If the council drops its funding pool in the community funding levels, there is no other new funder to pick that up. So I'm not sure what discussions go into what there is drop, but if it's, philanthropic sector can pick that up, that's as dry as anything as well. We have a wait list. Demand is high. We are trying to quantify that demand. Data and statistics are kind of light in that area. We urge the council to reconsider its proposal of cutting funding levels and instead regard community funding in all its forms as essential investment to that stability of providing community services, especially when impacting more vulnerable residents. We appreciate that the council is now actively working up an accessibility policy, and we're excited to contribute where practical. So I'm actually hoping to engage with you and invite some questions and some discussion. I can certainly talk more to the work that St Chad's itself does, but I've been there just coming up a year. It's been there 40 years, so I often find more people know already what we do. But it's really why that funding pool, and I know there's some structure in it, partnerships agreement, community grants, etc., but why that pool is kind of at risk. Would be quite curious to know the rationale.
Thank you very much. We aren't doing questions as part of the hearings process. However, you do have 45 seconds remaining if you wanted to add on any extra points, but we do accept your invitation to engage at another time.
No, that's absolutely fine. So I guess what I will, reiterate from that submission is that we believe that the council benefits from dollar goes a very long way, a social impact story, be it life skills that help our clients, our tangata whaikaha, engage in employment, but even just to maintain those skills takes an incredible amount of resource every day. And I thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kath, and thank you for the work that you and St. Chad's do for our community.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a fatality on someone across Fenton Street. I don't believe any fatality is acceptable in here. I would refer to news article that's come out from, well, I saw it on the BBC, but I think it's in a local one as well. There's a guy called Claes Engvall from Sweden. He set up in the 1990s systematic into a large concrete barrier that had on it, and there were 5 fatalities. Instead of allowing the people replace it, working closely with staff and that sort of thing on the disability policy, and hopefully we can see a safer place for our people. I'm also on the board of St Chad's, which you may be aware of, and I raised with Fisher Wang, I think, when he came and visited us, that people the side of it to make it wider.
Thank you. I will have to conclude you there as we are a bit over time from your presentation, but we have got your tabled paper as well. Thank you very much for your time this morning. And we do look forward to working on the disability together. To number 62, and we give a warm welcome to Elizabeth and Nick Miller. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. We acknowledge the Kerry Falls, decides to Weta Bay at Lake Rotorua for 42 years. Before that, we both came to Lake Rotorua on holiday for several years, and Nick has been coming since he was a small child, about 70 years old. So we have a long Nick is now retired, but spent many years involved with water quality issues. I have been involved in a few science fields, and I've been working for more than years. We have contributed to community issues. Removing obstacles for groups prepared to be involved in community housing. Make it happen. at a time when the population is ageing. Do better than that, or find someone else who don't just stall. It's a terrible waste of an asset at the moment when how during the early 2000s of some lakes were visibly deteriorating quite quickly. Planting, fencing,
They've since moved on, bought their own home, it was a success. But do we now want to lose control of our backyard? Extra noise, mess, smoking, drinking, visitors and cars right there? No. It didn't comply with the Residential Tenancies Act either, as some facilities of our house had to be used, oven, dryer, barbecue, etc. So short-term rental it was. We bring in the same as the equivalent long-term rent. The wear and tear is less, we keep our privacy. Occupancy is less than half a commercial property. And the visitors we host spend thousands in Rotorua. Overall, we make annual losses, $19,700 to the year 31st March. Currently empty, still have 3 acres of gardening, cleaning staff, $700K mortgage, rates, electricity and heating. Currently adopting woofers, so at least this old couple is still getting regular meals. Simply put, we cope with the empty months where our wages cover the upkeep in order to be Rotorua's desperately needed surge capacity during holidays and big events. Summarise 12 pages into one. Fuck. Minor STRs on owner sections will not convert to long-term rentals due to loss of privacy, control, and not RTA compliant. They will become empty. We need more reasons for owners to share the empty spaces, not less, as Rotorua's surge capacity. We've already got a problem on long weekends and big events. 10 MSD motels are asking for another 2 years. Plus, we need more beds for the new Auckland-Aussie collaboration. We are that surge capacity. I recommend that rates hikes be abandoned for all secondary dwellings on the owner's section. Instead, offer discounted rates to all on-site owners to list their space. There's a lot that are empty, and we know this. Council has not qualified the term commercial. Most STR rates are 30% occupancy. That's half of commercial occupancy, 45 to 70%. Advertised days is immeasurable. Queenstown has a functional test based on under or over 180 booked days with mixed use rating, which is much fairer. I recommend the proposal to reduce the days or to change to advertise be abandoned. Furthermore, STR should only pay commercial rates on commercial occupancy. Those quitting will sell their high-end homes. These will not convert to LTRs. They aren't affordable for first home buyers either. Some owner-absent STRs, though, I must admit, do cause excessive noise and street parking issues. So this is standalone STRs. Council doesn't currently have any controls. I'd recommend a registration process and an annual inspection fee of $100. Logical and fair, that pays a $90K salary for one person inspecting 4 per day. They can also discover who are actual commercial accommodation providers. Extra rates in other countries, and there's a whole list of countries online if you look, have been proven to increase the cost, decrease available accommodation and reduce visitors when they've increased rates so substantially. Many Kiwi sports teams and Aussie visitors, they choose STRs over motels due to functionality. Motels don't want those big noisy groups. Owners of STRs, us, provide houses the same as landlords do. We both hire local staff, pay local contractors, and our money goes to the community. Losses show we pocket nothing. To fund council activities, you must look at actual high users of services, not us. Other motels, the transient and motels, they're using more services, mental health services, courts, pound, A&E, police call-outs. Or other businesses that are underpaying. Why is Te Puia paying the equivalent of a quarter of commercial rates?
Kira, sorry, would you just like to quickly sum up?
Sure. My last point is that the CFO's statement that any successful rates increases for the coming year can be charged retrospectively is actually against the rule of law. That legislation says it should not affect existing rights and should not criminalise or punish conduct that was not punishable at the time it was committed. With a year's notice, this would comply. Look, we want to be at the table, helping council come up with functional and fair user pay systems. I'd be more than happy to share my booking data, my financial data, and believe this is sufficient evidence to support my submission that we are not commercial activities. We are in fact a huge benefit to the entire Rotorua community, and I look forward to the opportunity to engage further. Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi. Thank you very much, Keris. I'd like to welcome Cliff Tombleson to make his presentation.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, very quickly, I'm not at all happy about the proposed rate hikes for short-term rentals in the Rotorua area. Short-term rentals provide a service to people who are looking for something different, a different experience to what they can get from the majority of motels and hotels, especially where Rotorua has so many motels that have been used for the homeless accommodation. This has seriously affected the reputation of Rotorua motels and Rotorua in general. People don't want to stay in motels, they want something different. Okay, your long plan consultation document states that council research indicates that there are 800 to 1,000 properties in our district being used for short-term rental accommodation, and use of the property for short-term accommodation removes it from the rental private ownership options and is a real issue given the district's housing shortage. Well, I think that's very poor research, because if you look at the number of houses that are being rented for short-term rental, excuse me, a lot of them are holiday homes, and as you just heard there before, tiny homes in the back of a section, sleep-outs, rooms in houses. These are never going to be available for long-term rental. So by coming in and taxing the hell out of short-term rental accommodation, with the hope that it is going to release these houses onto the market for long-term rental, is never going to work. As I say, a large proportion of short-term rentals are studios, spare bedrooms, cabins, holiday homes, bachelors, etc. So what's going to happen if you go through with this is that those places will just be removed from short-term rentals. They will disappear. Because if you're going to double the rates, it's going to work out at 30 to 40 nights of rental just to pay the increase in rates. People are going to say, forget it, I'm not going to rent out my holiday house. It's going to make it uneconomical. So yeah, many will close down. This is going to have two results. The amount of accommodation in Rotorua will be drastically reduced, causing an accommodation shortage, resulting in tourists going elsewhere in the country instead of coming to Rotorua. That's going to be that's detrimental to the Rotorua economy. A great number of short-term rental providers have set up their units as a supplement to their retirement income. Now, this will actually seriously affect the value of their homes and their asset, because they haven't got that rentable accommodation there. Okay, so losing this income will seriously affect their ability to get by on the pension. It's going to reduce the amount of money that they have got to spend back into Rotorua. Short-term rentals are not a cheap form of accommodation. Airbnb take 20% of the nightly rate, then charge a linen and a cleaning fee. The owner only receives a small portion of the total nightly rental. Now Rotorua Lakes Council want to tax them out of existence. Motels and hotels have 50, 100, 200 beds plus. Short-term rentals have maybe 6 or less. So your rate increase is exorbitant when put into the perspective of a user pays basis. It's totally unfair. Now, your consultation document also states that properties used for short-term accommodation are also considered to put more demand on services like roads, footpaths, parking, but the owners of these do not contribute to the increase in demand. Again, I dispute this claim. Short-term rental units actually underutilise council facilities when compared to the same house or unit if it was rented out for long-term. For example, a family of 5 in long-term rental will produce far more sewage, far more rubbish than the same house in a short-term rental situation, which is only going to be rented out for 30, 40, 50, 60% of the time. Okay, so there's a lot less demand on council services there. The family in the long-term rental might go out to dinner in town a couple of times a year, maybe, depending on their economic situation. If they have lots of disposable income, they wouldn't be renting. They might go to a local tourist attraction once a year. By comparison, short-term rental guests are very likely to dine out more often than not. And they're here often to do the touristy thing. So they're spending money. I mean, some short-term rental clients, generate far more for the local economy than the long-term renters do. And this flows through to RLC in that there are more profitable businesses in town who are paying their rates. So yes, having short-term rental accommodation is flowing through to helping you guys. Now you state that while Council acknowledges the contribution of short-term rental accommodation to our tourism sector, presently it's the owner who receives all of the benefit, not the district. Well, that's a load of rubbish. Tourists benefit the whole district through the money that they spend while they're staying here. Now, you go and talk to the likes of Sam Sutton, Rotorua Rafting, any of the tourist operators, and you ask them what percentage of their clientele are local and what percentage are tourists. It's not the locals that are supporting those businesses. It's the tourists. So we need the tourists here. So don't go and shut down the accommodation and reduce the number of tourists we're going to have here. Now look, the long-term plan states that the rate increase will apply to...
Sorry, the time has expired. Would you like to sum up with the final point?
Yeah, can I just ask a question first? Very quickly. You are running ahead of time, so...
I'm sorry, just to be fair on everyone, we do have a 5-minute limit.
Yes, sure. You're talking about advertising for 60 days plus. How is that going to operate?
So we'll take the feedback on board and we will be going through deliberations and communicating with everyone what the final decision will be, so we can provide further information then.
Okay, so there's obviously a lot more information to come out yet because the long-term plan's pretty slim.
Yes. Thank you very much, Cliff, for taking the time to make your presentation in person.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to now welcome our Rotorua Chamber of Commerce partners to make their submission. Just a note, the Rotorua Chamber of Commerce and our community board partners and Te Tātou Aotearoa have all been given 10 minutes for their presentation. And yes. And we'll just take a moment to pull up your presentation. And just with the way we've set it up, we can't give you a clicker, but if you'd just like to signal next slide, and we'll change it to the next slide for you. Okay, over to you. Thank you.
We want to lift our vision to a higher level and pull our head out from under the bonnet of the car and jump on a helicopter and go up and say, where is this journey taking us to? Where's our destination and how are we going to get there? Change, please. So now is the time for Council to shine. Now is the time for us to have, flick over please, some strong, clear leadership, a clear shared vision of where we are headed with the city, and a clear shared plan on how we're going to get there, and a connected community that's going to join with us and all hold hands on that journey. We've had a lot of chaos in the past. We've come out of COVID, which has made it worse, and we have the job as a council, you have the job, you lucky people, to clean up this mess and get some sort of order out of what has been a fairly chaotic time. So we've come up with a simple plan because the Chamber feels very strongly about this and has gone to the extent of developing a plan and a vision. We haven't got time to go into that in detail today, but we're going to talk about one aspect of it and show you how it all interrelates with one another. And if you haven't seen it, you should have. It's on our website. You can go there and look under Rotorua Visions and you'll see the whole story. So if we could carry on, please. We've got a massive amount of natural advantages in this city. We're all well aware of them. I'm not going to recite them, but you know what they are. There's a quick glance at them there. Let's harness these for the betterment of Rotorua. We're here for the good of Rotorua, not to criticise council, not to criticise any of the past behaviours, to build a better future. Simply build a better future together with the community, including council. So, we won't go into the vision today, just to say that it's got to be compelling enough and unifying enough that we can all buy into it and we can all work towards achieving of it. Okay, so carry on. It's going to show us what success will look like 20 years out. What sort of a town, the end of the journey, what's it going to look like when we get there? It'll become the Māori that drives us, supports us, and it'll help us to restore ourselves to that rightful position of Rotorua, the diamond of the South. And this is an LTP, it's not an annual plan, and we should be thinking in long-term context with this plan. So we must guide the plan with a vision. We're moving away from the old Rotorua to the new Rotorua, the new look and feel, and time doesn't permit me to go there, but I think you'll get the drift as we go along. Okay? We have come up with a vision, which we won't articulate today, but what I am going to talk about is this 5 key elements or guidelines, the roadmap, that if we follow rigorously, we'll automatically arrive at that vision. I'm going to pull one of those arrows off that chart to help us sort that chaos of ideas in a structured and thoughtful, considered way to arrive at the vision. The one I'm going to pull out is called connectivity. So we'll just move on, please. We'll carry on past that. Connectivity. When we think of connectivity, we think about physical connections. And I'll talk about those in a moment, but connectivity is bigger than physical connections. It's about strategic connections. It's about community connections and partnerships and all of those things. We mean everything when we say connectivity. That's what we need to take us forward. I'm going to talk about physical connectivity in connection with the CBD, which is very dispersed. I think we all realise that it's too big to serve the purpose that it was designed for originally, and we need to rethink it. Our hotels are scattered around like they were dropped out of an aeroplane a few years ago and landed randomly around the suburbs. The attractions are even further afield within about a 25k radius and the suburbs, and there's nothing physically that actually ties these things together in a structured way and makes Rotorua an easy place to get around for visitors, let alone the people that live here. So if we start with the CBD, move on please. Just so happens, this was what go back, that one. That's a portrayal of what a hub might look like in a well geographically connected city. And you see these in the Gold Coast and Australia and all sorts of places. This could be in Tutanak Street or somewhere in the central CBD, but it's connecting everything together and everybody uses it. It's a public transport system as well as tourism transportation, okay? And speaking of the CBD, I think you know the story. We had 5 reviews by 3 councils over 17 years. Please do not do another one. It's time for action, guys. It's time to start doing some of the stuff. So it just so happens, if we move on again, that another one of our platforms is, waiting for it, the beating heart of the city, our CBD, carry on. A destination in its own right, Tutanak the Spine. We think that Tutanak Street should be converted into a de-trafficked, pedestrianised high street, if you want to call it that. And the focal point of the CBD development, it needs to be a destination in its own right with a whole lot of activities such as, carry on, those sorts of things you see there. Daytime and nighttime. Let's bring Tutanak Street to life. Let's bring pedestrianised people coming through there And let's have some sort of transport system up and down it, around the lakefront, connect that beautiful lakefront right through the heart of the city and up to the mall. And all the way up there, there's going to be lots of activities to do as we go along the street. So what we're actually doing, if we can carry on please with this presentation, is we are bringing Rotorua to life, which is another one of our key platforms. There's the fourth one. They all fit together. The one leads to the other. We've put a lot of thought into this, guys. We didn't just sit down and pencil this up on a rainy day. You've had some of the best business brains in Rotorua thinking about this plan and these 5 key elements that I'm talking to you about. So we've got to be big and bold and beautiful and brave. Carry on. So when we arrive at Rotorua, we might come through entries at the 3 main entrances, such as you see in the middle of that picture there. You're actually arriving at a place. This is us. Haere mai ki te papa Rotorua. You're arriving at the centre of Māoridom for New Zealand, for the world. And we've got all these neat activities going on here. This is us, uniquely Rotorua, bringing Rotorua to life. Well connected. Okay, carry on please. And the next key element is uniquely Rotorua. Everything we do should have that Rotorua look and feel. We think Māori stylised architecture throughout, built out of locally produced engineered wood products, etc. I won't bore you with the details, you know it as well as I do. So there's a bit of a portrayal about uniquely Rotorua and some of the things that we do. Okay. So the beauty of all this is that this is an economic plan. It's not just an idealistic vision. It's an economic plan because it's about growth. Growth will generate more rates, will generate more development. And when we invest, we spend $1 to make $2. When we cut costs, we decide what we're going to cut out. That's at the other end of the spectrum in order to save having to spend it. Inevitably, we cut out services. Somewhere in the middle is an efficiency drive, which is a good thing. Efficiency drives are good, investment's better, cost cutting's the worst thing you can do because it takes you down a rabbit hole. Okay, so let's use our nous to encourage that investment to take place in our primary sectors and all of the industries that feed off them. We talk about forestry, it's not just about growing trees, it's about the engineering firms down the road where we have the biggest engineering centre in New Zealand. And we don't celebrate it, and we don't help it. We need to get in behind these businesses and help them to grow and prosper, and in doing so, help the town to grow and prosper. As an aside, yesterday we were over talking to Priority 1 at Tauranga. They've been through a similar exercise. One of the statistics they gave us was that they're in the process of building 20 major development projects along the lines of what's needed in our CBD, but on a grander scale. 80% of the funding is coming from private funders. Council does not have to fund it. You have to do your bit. Your bit is leadership, shining the light on the way and providing the infrastructure to make it happen. Okay? How are we going for time? Okay, so we don't have time to show you the video, which is pretty sad. But I encourage you to go online and look at a video of what our CBD could look like if we all get in behind and help to make it happen. Thank you.
Perfect, and we will get that video circulated to the elected members. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Elected members, we are just waiting for our next submitter, but we might see if some are happy to come forward. So if you just bear with us for a few minutes. So we do have Peter Simon, who is happy to come forward and do his submission now. This is across the page on number 53. We welcome you to the table, Peter. Thank you.
Yes, well, good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Peter Davies, not Peter Simon. It's one of the middle names that my mother happened to put in. I've got another one as well, so I'm actually Peter Simon Tom Davies. And that takes me off the end of the envelope. I'm a farmer from Manawa. I've been in this district for nearly 60 years. And I am also a trustee of a property at Lake Rotorua. I can make some general comments on how I think the town of Rotorua is going, which I have put in my submission. Only going to be very general. I think that the most important thing that I can see to benefit Rotorua at the moment is to get rid of the perception of it being an unsafe and drug-ridden motel area. And that's been a huge change over the last few years when all my relations used to come and love and stay up and down the Fenton Street motels. You've got to get to have to live on the fat back if there is any left, and cut my cloth according to my income. And the council has to do exactly that as well. So I'm not in favour of development of aquatic centres beyond what we need. It's a question of it's become a common theme lately, is that it's not what you need. Sorry, it's not what is nice to have, it's what you need only. And I'm sure that that's what should be happening now. I'd like to move on to really which is my main point of being here, and that is submission of the long-term plan regarding the Rotorua sewerage scheme. As you can hear, I come from Manawa. I've been closely in touch with the Rotorua area for a long time. And they are not a wealthy lot of leaseholders. It's a lovely lake, and it may well have been a bit unfortunate to even be included in this scheme, because the time that I've been here, the runoff into that lake has got less and less and less. There are more and more trees. I think I'm the only farmer left. So the pollution of that lake is highly unlikely to have got any worse, other than a few sectors that didn't have water. would it be possible even then to extend that out to those that are under hardship? I have alongside me a friend who I've known for a long time at Lake Rotorua called Daniel Washer, who's coming to talk to you on Friday, and he's going to explain how this would affect him. I would suggest, and you probably won't like this idea because you think it's ridiculous, but I think that if you really have to put this amount of money, you've spent this amount of money, a $600 per annum sewage rate for probably nearly 100 years with no interest. These fellows have not got any money. These fellows would be, in my opinion, probably out on the street if this went through. So I submit that the increase suggested this is a part of why the increase has happened, and I think that the increase suggested should be clearly justified. We're pretty doubtful about the verification of this whole amount. It's gone, the blowout has become absolutely outrageous, in my opinion. So we believe that it should be clearly justified and audited so the ratepayers affected are satisfied that the money has been correctly spent and accounted for. Whether that's been done or not, I have never been told. Now, the Regional Council should also come to the party as people from all over use the lakes and benefit from cleaner water, not just the landowners. Now, the greatest difference that has happened in the 60 or 70 years that I've been here is not the increase of pollution and runoff. That's clearly been reduced. The increase in if there is any, in Lake Rotorua is the number of people using it. On a fine Saturday, before we all got, what was her name, Gabrielle came along, before that happened, there would be 1,000 people.
I'm very sorry, your time has ended. Would you like to make a final point?
Carry on with my final points.
Yes, just your final point,
Right,
then, please.
okay,
We have
yes.
gone over the 5 minutes for you.
Okay. The Regional Council should come to the party as people from all over use the lakes and benefit from cleaner water, not just the landowners. The fact that landowners have not been advised of the possible increases along the way reeks of sloppy work practices and mismanagement. Had we known of the final cost, we would not have accepted the scheme and would have upgraded our individual systems to meet the standards required. Some have already upgraded their systems and were required to join the scheme, so wasted their money. In our case, our new large septic tank was only 13 years old. The proposed increase, if implemented and passed on to leaseholders at Rotorua, would see many out on the street. By even suggesting this new cost, you have frightened, angered, and upset your ratepayers. This could have been avoided with truthful, regular communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for making your submission in person today.
Any questions? No? I don't.
No, they don't say anything.
Thank you for listening.
Craig Peters, would you like to make your submission now? Thank you. And elected members, this is number 52.
Hello, I'm Craig Peters. I'll read my points because I'm a wee bit nervous and I'll probably get lost and start waffling. I'm here to talk about the short-term holiday let proposals, probably aware. A lot of these holiday lets are family homes that are let to short-term holiday makers to cover some of the costs associated with ownership. They're not businesses. 60 advertised guest nights, or 61, really doesn't constitute a business. It doesn't equal a commercial business for sure, and even the IRD recognises that as long as the owner uses the property occasionally themselves and doesn't earn over 60k gross from it, they don't consider it necessary to tax for GST. It's kind of, are you a business or not?
It shouldn't be, the other thing, I don't feel it should be based on advertised nights, perhaps actual guest nights. Advertised nights, a lot of people are advertising and not getting any guests anyway. Perhaps a levy. And also, I'm a bit disappointed because no one seems to have shared what the council's actually trying to do. You know, if we understand what you're trying to do here, we may have some suggestions ourselves and offer some, I don't know, alternatives. The other thing, the rates increases of 100+% mean the large majority of holiday rentals will shut down, as they'll have to earn more than 60k gross, and the implications of earning 60k gross are quite significant for a lot of properties. They would have to bring the whole property into the GST realm, which a lot of people don't want to do. And to cover, say, a 20k rates bill, which I understand some people will be looking at, they're going to have to earn a lot of money to cover that and any costs that they're looking to cover. Holiday rentals use less of the city's resources than a fully tenanted rental. Most of them only have 1 or 2 bathrooms, and not 10, 20 or 30 as do most motels. Therefore, they don't place the same burden on the city's infrastructure. Paying their fair share should not be based on standard commercial hotel or motel rates. The only possible real cost that short-term holiday lets should pay their fair share for would be a contribution to marketing Rotorua, perhaps. You know, and I'm sure most of them are prepared to stump up with something there. Short-term holiday rentals offer a unique family holiday experience that many people prefer to hotels and motels. These holiday makers get to experience a local neighbourhood, bring the boat, the bikes, the family dog, spend money at local businesses. They will be lost to Rotorua and go elsewhere to get the holiday home experience and take their money with them if we all close our holiday lets. Retrospectively charging the new rates based on 12 months without any consultation or even warning is unacceptable. People should be given the opportunity to opt out here or change their behaviours. You know, I get it, whatever changes come in, but I don't think they should be based on the last 12 months. No one knew about it. You know, had they known, they might change their behaviour and what they do with their property. I think that's a bit unfair. A lot of short-term holiday lets are family homes, and they probably won't be. They're holiday homes, family holiday homes. They probably won't be converted to rental properties if that's what the council's looking to try and achieve. You know, they'll probably sit unoccupied and just be used as family holiday homes as they were once. And that's a lose-lose for everyone, including the city. I think it'd be really good if the council actually consider perhaps the Queenstown model. They have a pretty good model that I've had a look at. They do charge extra based on number of nights occupied. They have a registration system. You know, I think most short-term holiday let owners would be happy to sit down with the council and talk about it, but I think we need to be given the opportunity to talk about it, and I'm sure we'll come up with some pretty good alternatives to what's being proposed at the moment. But happy to talk, but I just think we haven't really been given the opportunity. But that's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig,
Cool.
for your submission and also for that suggestion. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, elected members, we will take a break now, but before we do so, because we're about to go over the 6 hours from the start, I just need to advise that under our standing orders, I need a resolution to continue beyond 6 hours. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. We will return at 3:15 in 20 minutes, please. We will hear our next submitter. Thank you.
Marguerite? Goedemiddag. South Africa. Good health. Good health. Good health.
Kia ora everyone, we will get back underway. So, sorry, I'll just ask our councillors to grab their seats. And we welcome warmly Dr. Margaret Theron. This is the submission number 50, and this is for the Rotorua Multicultural Council. You've got 5 minutes, so we'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've got a huge task ahead of you, and I really liked one of the introductory sentences that I saw in your plan, which said, the focus is on delivering critical and essential services and doing these well, ensuring that every dollar spent has real benefit for the community. Now, you have a huge task ahead, and the community funding is a very, very small portion of the amounts of money that you will have to be considering. But it is important to remember that for every dollar spent by Rotorua Lakes Council in a community organisation, that dollar is multiplied by the volunteer work that is being done. So if you give us some money, we use that for administration. With that, we organise events and programs, and we also involve volunteers, and they come and they add additional impact. So I really like the way in which the community funding policy of the council has recently been revised. That was a job well done. And some of the principles of working together for impact is so important, by collaborating, by having the partnership funding, and if you are going to reverse the current policy or the current recommendation and still have other forms of community funding, that working together with council is such a strengthening factor for us. Because we've had partnership funding for about the past 5 years. We are now in the last year of the current 3-year cycle. And it reduced from 10,000 a year to 8,000 a year. But that 8,000 a year is so valuable in terms of being able to say the work we do is being recognised by our local body. And that enables us to apply for funding to so many other funders. So at the moment, and this is something else that I think you should consider when you provide funding for community organisations, how much money are they able to get from other funders? So just as our example, we get 19 different other funding organisations, which again is a multiplier on the funding that you provide to us. Another issue to remember when you think about community funding is the changing demographics of the city. Now, we are hopefully going to have a really well-functioning census soon, so that we will actually know how many migrants there are in Rotorua, because to my embarrassment, if people ask me, I simply have to say I don't know. But we've all seen the number of migrants who have arrived in New Zealand in the last year, and the amount, the extent to which they need support is growing all the time. So to have an organisation locally who can speak their language, who understand the culture from which they have come, who can provide them with links to the hundreds of services available to them. Just as one little example, if you say to a migrant, you should go to the Citizens Advice Bureau, their reaction is, but that says citizens, that's not for us, that's for citizens. And so you need an intermediary to tell them, yes, the Citizens Advice Bureau is for you, and they have specific funding to support migrants. I think something else that we need to consider is the absolutely huge number of charitable organisations in Rotorua, and in considering your community funding, ask yourself, are they overlapping? Are they duplicating? Are they working together? And that is one of our basic principles. We do not compete with anybody, and we collaborate with everybody. So if there are migrant babies who need support, we do not set up a service to support migrant babies. We go to Plunkett and we work with them. And if we think that there's a need to be culturally sensitive in providing end-of-life care, we go to hospice and we work with them. So I think that is a very strong principle that you could consider. Is that the end of my 5 minutes? Would you like to ask any questions, comments?
Yes, that concludes the submission, but we thank you, Dr. Margaret Thera, for your submission, but also the significant amount of work that you do for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we don't have any submitters present at the moment, so we will just have a break and relax until someone does arrive. submitter to the table, Liz Goodgame. And welcome to your helpers as well. Just note we will have a 5-minute timer here, and it will just ding when that 5 minutes is up. But thank you very much for being here.
Great, thank you.
And just whenever you're ready, we'll hand over to you to start.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, first, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure being here. My husband and I are city members here. We've lived here for a while. He works in the ER. We love this city, and we're really thankful for your service to it. So thank you for that. Today you're going to hear from some of our young people, but I want to advocate on behalf of some of our older kids that weren't up for speaking today. I think that teenagers these days really struggle to play, and play is super important. And so we love the playgrounds that we have in the city, but it really is important for us to have active sports for our kids to be involved in as they get older, and they can challenge themselves physically and emotionally and spiritually, and it just helps build connections in our post-COVID world where there's a lot of technology addiction and mental health crisis happening. And so, so I'm going to let you go ahead and speak.
Hi, I'm Kaya, and I'm a Year 8 student at BC Chapman. Let's envision a space where people can come together to embrace an active and healthy lifestyle and have a whole lot of fun while doing it. Now, when we talk about a skate park, we're not just talking about a spot for skateboarders to practice their skills. We're talking about community engagement. Picture this. A skate park is an investment in the well-being and happiness of the fantastic people of Rotorua. And hey, let's not forget that a skate park is a playground for physical fitness and a platform for helping creativity and self-expression. Plus, it has the potential to attract tourists and visitors. A large skate park in Rotorua isn't just about ramps and rails, it's about creating a healthier and tightly knit community. It's about investing in the youth of Rotorua, encouraging active lifestyles, and creating an inclusive environment for everyone.
Hello, my name is Caleb, and I'm a Year 6 student at BC Chapman. A skate park helps us stay active and healthy. It gives us a fun place to go so we don't get bored and end up in trouble. Skate parks bring people together, no matter where they're from. It helps everyone feel like they belong.
Hi, my name is Jonah, and I am a Year 7 student at Chapman College. Skate parks are great because they are free to use. Not everyone can afford expensive sports or gym memberships, but anyone can come to a skate park. It is one of the most inexpensive sports. This makes it a fun and healthy activity for everyone, no matter how much money they have. Skate parks are great. Skate parks are cool places where the whole community can hang out. People from other towns will visit our skate park, which is good for their local shops and cafes. This makes our town proud and more lively.
Hi, my name is Ezekiel, and I am a Year 7. Skateboarding teaches us important skills like trying hard and setting goals and being creative. Older skaters help us learn new tricks and how to stay safe, which creates a friendly and supportive environment.
Hi, I'm Cass. I'm a stay-at-home mum. Having a skate park keeps us safe because we won't have these kids skating in the streets or out in other dangerous places. Skate parks are built for all skill levels so everyone can have fun and stay safe. I will testify a little bit as my husband is a pro biker and would love to have a decent skate park where that's actually safe. So, yeah.
Hello, I'm Nicholas. I'm Year 6. I just love the way that skate parks bring people together as family, friends, or anything, and you can just hang out there and have fun, and that's me.
Great. Yeah, awesome. I personally love skate parks. I learned to skate as an adult, and it just really challenged me physically and emotionally to learn about healthy risk-taking. I think that parents can be involved, and it's a place where our whole community can just participate. I think it really I love Jonah's point about it being financially accessible for other kids. We have so many great sports in Rotorua that are really accessible for kids that have a lot of money, but we need a place where our older kids who really are struggling the most with their mental health can come and connect and be a part of what's happening in our town. We really are thankful for your service, and we would just love if you would consider adding funding back to the plans for the 10-year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We thank you, Liz, and also all of your helpers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and your dreams with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And very shortly, we will welcome a submitter to the table. So it's my pleasure to now welcome Teresa and Walter Shear to make their submission to us.
Hello. Kia ora. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to do this today. I'm aware of the time frame. Our cottage, 3A Bennett's Road, was my grandmother's family home until her passing in 1995. It was then cared for by family until the purchase from RDC for the proposed road changes to the overhead bridge in Lake Road. It was then a long-term rental until the new roading was built. The cottage went to auction in mid-2014 and we purchased the home back from RDC, finding it was in grave disrepair and cost significantly more in time and more than double the purchase price to restore and renovate. Along with that, our reasoning for purchasing this property was to restore what we felt was lost mana from our history and honouring our past. We veered away from long-term rental. We ensured that the home was well maintained and cared for. The long-term rentals surrounding us and the changes in social housing have compounded our decision. We offered family and friends accommodation when coming to Rotorua. However, we needed to consider an option that would be viable for us to maintain the ownership of our property. We believed that we could share our slice of history with guests. Timing with the pandemic and the changes that brought to motels and hotels and the reputation of Rotorua was significant to us all. We chose to stay on track and hold fast to wait for the storm to pass. I was born and grew up in Rotorua, same as my mother, right back to great-great-great-grandparents, many of whom were on the land where our cottage is. Those that are well past offered a significant contribution to Rotorua, including council, tourism and promotion of our city. For decades, Rotorua has been renowned as a world-class tourism venue, the place to visit, to a long list of wonderful venues that a person from backpacker through to high-end tourist could and can enjoy, showcasing Rotorua well. We believe this, and along with other short-term rental owners, actively promote the restoration of this view of our wonderful city. We believe that short-term rental owners offer a significant contribution to the adjustment needed in the rethinking of Rotorua being the tourism capital of the North Island. If you read the reviews of those visiting, they are excellent. We have the status of superhost due to what we offer and the way that we offer this to guests from New Zealand and around the globe. In speaking to the council proposal today, the timing of and the way of communication to us we feel was poor. We personally heard of this from others on social media. It's one. Imposing new rates retrospectively would not offer anyone the lead time needed to work out if they can afford to continue and could create hardship for some people. The commercial rates based on CV to us appears inequitable. Them in us scenario, rather than a working together for the outcomes that are viable and known by us all. Council is looking to raise 900,000. Short-term rentals are potentially offering 2,000 to 4,000 beds a day in Rotorua. This is a clearly significant contribution to the range of accommodation available in our city. We acknowledge that we are contributors to the tourism sector. Solutions. Suggestion, rate us on the number of beds that we offer, a bed tax or some other specific contribution that we would all know of. This needs a period of engagement, however. Who, how, when and what. A period of engagement seems reasonable to us. We have suggested in our written submission a working group to come up with serviceable and equitable ways to create the financial gains that the Council is looking for and how finances are spent in attracting people to Rotorua. The contribution of accommodation to guests through short-term rentals in Rotorua is significant. Therefore, along with hoteliers, moteliers and tourism operators, we suggest a seat on the advisory board would seem right and appropriate.
If you'd just like to sum up.
We ended our submission with Section 78 of local government states what we all know. We are grateful to this time to you to hear our views on this because we do believe that the proposal is ill-advised. Whakaora mana. When I say restoring mana, to me this is putting right the harm that has been done. In this context, this would include restoring connection to one another as well as looking at ways to restore and rebuild that which we have lost in the reputation of our city. To work together to do just that. We love Rotorua. We know you do. We thank you for your faithful service to our city. We are grateful to each of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa and Walter, for taking the time to present to us in person. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you too. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi nui. Thank you, elected members. We appear to have a bit of a break of submitters, so we will just hold until the next person does arrive. other submitters have arrived, so we will conclude for today. But first of all, can I just get a mover and a seconder to accept the apology from Councillor Don Patterson? Thank you. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. All those in favour to accept the apology, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. So I will adjourn this hearing, and we will be reconvening at 4 p.m. Tomorrow, the 22nd of May. That evening session will go till 8 p.m, but we will have a short break that evening too. So thank you very much for this first day of our hearings.